Live from the CSI Baseball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet presents NCAA Division II baseball coverage. Today's doubleheader features the Saints of D'Youville College taking on the College of Staten Island Dolphins. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Joe Foreman. I am joined by Joe Masha. We'll be bringing you all of the action live from behind home plate during today's doubleheader here on the ECC Network. Later in the day, we will be joined by Nick Durst as well, a three-man broadcast crew for today's East Coast Conference doubleheader. And Joe, the Dolphins come into today's doubleheader off of a victory over the same D'Youville Saints team yesterday, a 10-4 Dolphins victory. What are some of your takeaways from yesterday's matchup?
It was great to see us pitching well, hitting well. We still had a couple errors in the field, but not as, we definitely improved. It was great picking up a victory yesterday. It's great to see them start winning some games. Hopefully we can continue that on for today.
So if you can see it on your screen, and off to the left, there is the Dolphins team huddled alongside the third base line near their dugout, and they are wearing their pink uniforms during today's doubleheader. Those uniforms are being worn in honor of all of the mothers in attendance, as well as those watching at home ahead of Mother's Day next weekend. The Dolphins were allowed to have some spectators today. Many of those include mothers of the players who will be participating in this game. And throughout the broadcast, we have some messages that the players have given us to read to their mothers. So we'll read you some of those throughout the game, and our public address announcer, Marco Miranda, will be reading some of them here in the CSI Baseball Complex during Game 2. But a great gesture by this Dolphins team, and it gives them an opportunity to wear these pink uniforms for the first time this year.
Yeah, no, it's great to see them out in the pink uniforms. Usually we wear for the breast cancer awareness game. So it was great they were able to pull them out for this season and wear it in honor of Mother's Day.
Now let's talk about these uniforms as a fashion statement, Joe.
Yes, definitely are a fashion statement with the Dolphin blue pants mixed with the pink uniforms. In previous years we usually wear the black pants with it, but this year we got some Dolphin blue pants, so I guess Coach Mike Morrow figured let's wear it with the pink uniforms.
That is a very bold uniform decision for this Dolphins team. I love the uniforms with the black pants. Not so sure about these blue pants, but maybe I'll warm up to it as the day goes on. So for today's game, as I mentioned earlier, the Dolphins coming off of a victory against the same D'Youville Saints team yesterday. Dolphins improved to 4-14 on the season with the victory, 4-12 in the East Coast Conference. The Saints still in search of their first conference win in 2021. And in yesterday's game, a 10-4 Dolphins win. It was Nick Metzger who got the start and picked up the victory. He allowed 10 hits and 3 runs. 2 of those were earned. He walked 3 and struck out 3 for the Dolphins. Stephen Kalika closed things out, allowing 3 base hits and 1 run over the last 3 innings of the game. Today's starter, Jared Gloniak, for the Saints, did come on in relief during yesterday's game. He allowed only 2 runs, 1 of those earned on 3 base hits and 3 2/3. Gloniak will get the start for D'Youville in today's first game. I believe the Saints arrived with only 13 players available to play against the College of Staten Island today, so it should be interesting to see how they manage their roster during a doubleheader. And on the mound for the Dolphins in Game 1 of today's doubleheader will be Kevin Ryan going up against Jared Gloniak, as I just mentioned. For Ryan on the season, he comes in, I believe, with a record of 1-3, but these may be the records from yesterday, so I'll double-check that in just a moment. I'm not sure if that record for Kevin Ryan is correct, but nonetheless, the Dolphins lefty will get the start in Game 1 of today's doubleheader against the Saints. And taking a look, Kevin Ryan is 0-2 on the season, so the official printout we have has the wrong record. But the number for Ryan on the season, again, 0 wins, 2 losses, a 7.43 ERA across 4 appearances and 2 starts. He has thrown 13 1/3 innings, allowed 13 hits, 15 runs, 11 of those earned. He has walked 13 and struck out 10. The numbers for the Saints starter, Jared Gloniak, entering yesterday's game are as follows. He has pitched to a 12.64 ERA, certainly brought that down yesterday, had a record of 0-1 across 12 appearances, now 13. Today's start will be number 14. It will be his second start of the season overall. He has thrown 15 2/3 innings, allowed 29 base hits, 32 runs, 22 of those earned. He has walked 16 and struck out 12. So as lineups are being exchanged, the players are about to be introduced and the national anthem played. Joe and I will step aside and take a break. When we come back, Dolphins and Saints here on the ECC Network.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. And I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time, it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And welcome back inside the CSI Baseball Complex, as it is indeed time to play ball here at the College of Staten Island. The second of 3 games between the Dolphins and Saints. Game 1 was played yesterday, a 10-4 CSI victory. This is the second of 3, first of a pair on this day, as Kevin Ryan takes the mound for the College of Staten Island. And the starting lineup he will face for the D'Youville College Saints will be as follows. Leading things off for the Saints is the catcher, number 34, Mateo Santos. Batting second is the third baseman, number 20, Jeremy Glinsky. Batting third is the first baseman, number 26, Alex Zimian. Batting fourth, the left fielder, number 4, Josh Battaglia. Batting fifth is the center fielder, number 27, Alex Leem. Batting sixth and playing second base is number 3, Renato Quinones. Batting seventh and playing shortstop is number 8, Nate Mucci. Batting eighth and pitching is number 6, Jared Gloniak. And batting ninth and playing right field is number 23, Kevin Sanders. As I mentioned during the brief pregame, Kevin Ryan in search of his first victory of the season on the mound for the College of Staten Island, has pitched to a record of 0-2 thus far, and he will be the first Dolphin to take the mound in front of fans here at the CSI Baseball Complex. Great to see, Joe.
Yes, no, it's great to see out here. It's great to see some fans finally back in the stands. I didn't think we would actually see this day.
I wasn't sure we would see it either, but one day this season, we are allowed to welcome fans into the CSI Baseball Complex, and for the first time in 2021, we have spectators gathered in front of us as they file in to the CSI Baseball Complex just in time for the start of our first game of 2 on this Saturday afternoon. Looks like we are about ready to get underway, and in case you missed it, the Dolphins are wearing their pink uniforms today in honor of all of the mothers in attendance, as well as those who couldn't be here 1 week ahead of Mother's Day next Sunday. And throughout the broadcast, we have several messages from players to their mothers that have been given to us to pass along to all of the mothers watching on the ECC Network and CSIDolphins.com who could not make it to the game today. First pitch of the game on the way from Kevin Ryan, and it misses outside for ball 1. Santos, a right-handed hitter. Mateo Santos leading things off for the Saints. He swings and misses at that pitch for strike 1. Santos went 2 of 5 in yesterday's game and entered yesterday's action 12 of 59 on the season. And right there he looks at a called strike 2. One ball and 2 strikes, the count on Santos. And he swings and misses for strike 3. So Kevin Ryan has an early punch out, and there is one away. That will bring up D'Youville's leading hitter, Jeremy Glinsky. Entered yesterday's game an even 300 at the plate, 18 of 60. He also went 2 for 5 in yesterday's game. Glinsky looks at out of the strike zone for ball 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch from Ryan. And that's down and in for ball 2. Not the hitter you want to fall behind in this Saints lineup if you're Kevin Ryan. Glinsky has been the most consistent hitter in this D'Youville batting order as he chops one toward the middle of the diamond, ranging to his left and making the play at shortstop is Cipoletti, and he throws out Glinsky for out number 2.
That was a nice quick pair of outs to start off the game. You know, you always want to start it off the game with some outs. You don't want to get behind any base runners.
Exactly what Kevin Ryan and the Dolphins were looking for early in this game, and we saw the great start the Saints got off to yesterday, and the Dolphins certainly did not want a repeat effort of what they saw in inning number 1 during yesterday's game. And it will be a 1-2-3 first inning for Kevin Ryan as he gets Alex Zimian to pop up to center. Dolphins come to bat with no score in the bottom half of the first inning after this break.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. and the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here on the ECC Network. Dolphins and Saints game 1 of 2 on this Saturday afternoon. And taking the mound for the Saints in the bottom half of inning number 1 is Jared Gloniak. We mentioned the numbers for Gloniak during the pregame. Also got some action yesterday and pitched pretty well, allowing only 2 runs in 3 2/3. One of those runs were earned. 3 base hits allowed for Gloniak, who really seemed to settle in later in that game. Yesterday gave up a couple of runs in the 7th, but kept the Dolphins off of the scoreboard in the 8th. He also shut the door on a tumultuous 5th inning and put up a scoreless 6th. So Dolphins got a look at Gloniak yesterday. We'll see if that helps them at the plate in this game. As I mentioned during the pregame, very limited options for the Saints in terms of players available for today's doubleheader. Only 13 players traveling with the team into the CSI Baseball Complex. So Thomas Martin will lead things off for the Dolphins, and he looks at a called strike 1. Martin, the Dolphins' designated hitter, also led off yesterday and went 2 for 5. Here comes the 0-1, and that's swung on and missed. An 0-2 pitch up coming from Gloniak, and that's chopped on the ground over to short. Backhand play made by Mucci, and his throw in time to retire Martin for out number 1. That will bring up Shendi Ulaj, the Dolphins' second baseman. And the rest of the Dolphins lineup on this day in Game 1. Batting third will be Peter Lombardo. Batting fourth, Angel Santiago. Batting fifth, Sal Trancucci. Batting sixth, Brian Burkhead. Batting seventh, Thomas Joyce. Batting eighth, Louis Mandil. And batting ninth will be Nick Cipoletti. Of course, Thomas Martin leading off, and at the plate right now, Shendi Ulaj, who is ahead in the count, 1-0. That called strike evens the count up at 1-1. Ulaj in yesterday's game was 1 for 4 with a run batted in. Also drew a walk. And Ulaj looks at outside of the zone for ball 2. Here comes the 2-1 pitch from Gloniak, and that one's chopped over to third. Throw on to first is in time from Jeremy Glinsky, and there are quickly 2 away. That will bring up Peter Lombardo. Lombardo had a pair of base hits and 5 at-bats yesterday, scored a couple of runs, also had an RBI. Beginning in the bottom half of the second, we'll start to share some of those Mother's Day messages that I spoke about during the pregame as Lombardo is thrown out by Mucci over at first. Ducking out of the way was Glinsky. Nicely done by the left side of the Saints infield in the bottom half of the first. No score through 1 here on the ECC Network.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. to Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. No score through one between the College of Staten Island and D'Youville College in Game 1 of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader. Strong starts for both pitchers out on the mound. A 1-2-3 first inning for Kevin Ryan and a 1-2-3 bottom half of the first inning for Jared Gloniak. In stark contrast to what we saw yesterday, where the Saints jumped out to an early lead over this Dolphins team with 4 first-inning base hits. For the Saints in their half of the second inning, it will be 4, 5, and 6. Battaglia, Leem, and Quinones due up for D'Youville College. Josh Battaglia, who will step to the plate first, had 3 base hits in 5 at-bats yesterday and entered this weekend's 3-game set. Only 6 of 57 on the season, so a good day for Battaglia yesterday. Had 6 hits entering yesterday's game, now has 9. And he will get the first look at Kevin Ryan in the top half of the second inning. And first pitch from Ryan is swung on and missed for strike 1. Battaglia a bit out in front of what appeared to be an off-speed pitch. Here comes the 0-1. That's chopped foul, and Battaglia quickly in a 2-strike hole. Ryan picked up his first strikeout of the game in the first inning, quickly retiring Mateo Santos to open the game. Looking for another punch out right here. And that's fouled straight back. Count remains 0-2. Long look in from Ryan. Here comes another 0-2 pitch. And that misses up and away. Count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. And that sails upstairs for ball 2. We mentioned it during yesterday's broadcast, but both starting pitchers worked very quickly with the bases empty. Ryan a bit more deliberate on the mound right now. Here comes his 2-2 pitch. And that's it out towards center. Ranging back is Burkhead, and it's over his head. He fields it barehanded on the hop and throws into Shendi Ulaj as that ball just kept carrying. Burkhead slowed up a bit and lost the play as it sailed over his head. And taking a look at the flag out in left field, the wind certainly blowing in that direction.
Absolutely. The wind, it's not as quite windy as yesterday, but we still have some wind out there, and it's definitely blowing out. So that definitely carried the ball further out than he anticipated, and, slowing up was, bad play.
Center field, a very difficult position to play here at the CSI Baseball Complex, and we saw exactly why right there. Burkhead was charged with an error yesterday on a very fluky play, a ball bouncing off the grass and knuckleballing around him. Took a very awkward hop, and right there, misplaying that fly ball, and it results in a base hit.
Yeah, yesterday had a busy day out there as well, and other than that one error, he played a great center field for us.
So it's a double for Josh Battaglia, his 4th hit in 6 plate appearances so far during now 11 innings of baseball between these two teams. That foul ball evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike on Alex Leem. Leem was 0 for 4 yesterday. Here comes the 1-1 from Ryan, and that's it up in the air once again. This time into shallow center. Cipoletti ranging back. Burkhead coming in, and Cipoletti makes the catch. You can see the wind once again driving that ball all over the place, knocked it down as it was on its way to the outfield, forced Cipolletti to drift over to his left, and at the last second, flung his glove out there and barely held on. One away now. And Renato Quinones is the batter. And the first pitch to Quinones is hit right back to Ryan. Nice stretch by the Dolphins lefty to bring that ball down, and he throws out Quinones for out number 2.
It was definitely great to hear some cheers coming from the crowd. You know, that's the perk about having some fans finally back in the bleachers here at the CSI Sports Complex.
You know, you hear the noise coming from in front of us, and it seems like the fans never left, as it just seems right to have some applause coming with each out recorded. And a small group of fans assembled here, making a lot of noise early in this game, as that one is chopped up in the air right into the glove of Peter Lombardo for the third out of the inning. St. Strand won on a base hit. Still no score heading into the bottom half of the second.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we are back here on CSI Sportsnet, bottom half of the second inning underway. And as I promised during the pregame and during the previous inning, we have some Mother's Day messages to pass along from the Dolphins coaching staff and players throughout Game 1 of today's ECC doubleheader. As you can see on your screen, Angel Santiago and the Dolphins wearing pink uniforms during this game. That is in honor of all of our mothers in attendance and those who could not be here that are watching on the ECC network ahead of Mother's Day next weekend, as Angel Santiago takes upstairs for ball 1 to open up the bottom half of the second. But to get things started, we have a message from Mike Morrow and the Dolphins coaching staff. Of course, they would like to wish all of the moms in attendance and those watching a happy Mother's Day, and let them know that all of you have raised great kids. Those, of course, being our CSI Dolphins student athletes. So happy Mother's Day from Coach Morrow and the Dolphins coaching staff, as well as all of us up here in the commentary booth and next door, providing stats and public address during today's game. Santiago quickly ahead in the count 3-0, and he looks it downstairs for ball 4. So it's a quick 4-pitch walk to open up the bottom half of the second inning. That will bring up Sal Trancucci. Trancucci also got the start in yesterday's game. He went 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs, as that one is off the glove of Santos, but doesn't get far enough away for Santiago to think about second base. We also have a message from Sal Trancucci to his mother, Kelly, as he takes a called strike 1, but Sal wants to wish his mom a happy Mother's Day, hoping that she has a great day and wants to let her know that he loves her. That's the message from Sal to Kelly ahead of Mother's Day next weekend. As he pops one up in foul territory, and that will find its way into the seats, where for the first time this year, a foul ball is retrieved by one of our spectators.
It's a great sight to see.
We've had staff members chasing down foul balls so far this year, and some very unfortunate players who have had to venture far into the outfield, the parking lot, and throughout the stands, retrieving foul balls. Usually Dolphins relievers who haven't yet gotten in the game or aren't scheduled to pitch. 1-2 the count on Trancucci. And he hits one out towards straightaway left. Battaglia is there, and he makes the catch for out number 1. That will bring up Brian Burkhead. Burkhead, a left-handed hitter. Comes to the plate with a man on and 1 out. Burkhead yesterday was 2 for 4 with a pair of RBIs. So a good day for the Dolphins center fielder in yesterday's game. Burkhead quickly ahead in the count here, 1-0. Comes the 1-0 from Gloniak, and that's popped up on the infield. Gloniak underneath it, and that one falls. Trancucci running hard to second as that throw skips into the glove of Mucci, and that was as poor a throw as possible over to second base. Hardly reached, but fortunately for the Saints, Nate Mucci was up to the task of scooping that ball out of the dirt, and I should say that was Santiago headed for second. Trancucci was retired. So Santiago is forced out at second. It's a fielder's choice. Burkhead stands over at first, and Thomas Joyce will be the batter.
You could already tell early on that this wind is really going to play a factor in today's game.
No doubt about that. And the wind, always a factor here at the CSI Baseball Complex. Thomas Joyce ahead in the count, 1-0. He was 0 for 4 with an RBI yesterday. Dropped down a couple of spots in the order. Two and 0 the count. See if Joyce has the green light. And he looks at ball 3. Doubtful that Joyce will have the green light on 3-0 with no score and a runner on, but
you just never know.
see if he gets a pitch to his liking, and that shows what I know, Joe, is that's it out toward left field, and once again, Battaglia is there to make the catch for the final out of the inning. Dolphins strand 1 on first after a leadoff walk. Still no score through 2 here on the ECC Network.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. No score between the Dolphins and Saints through the first 2 innings of this game. It's back to the mound for Kevin Ryan, and a good start for both Ryan and Gloniak on the bump. We saw a few runs scored in the first couple of innings yesterday, but a good job by both starting pitchers early in this game. For the Saints in their half of the third, it will be 8, 9, and 1. Gloniak, Sanders, and Santos due up for Duville College. As Jared Gloniak steps into the box. And I mentioned it during the pregame yesterday. Gloniak was 1 for 2 on the season. That made him Duville's leading hitter at 500. Of course, he doesn't qualify for a team lead in batting average with only 2 at-bats. Did not have an at-bat in yesterday's game, though he came on in relief. Alex Simeon remained in the game as the designated hitter, though he did start on the mound as well. And Gloniak fouls back that 1-0 pitch to even up the count at 1. One and one pitch upcoming from Kevin Ryan. And that is fouled away. So we do have another Mother's Day message, this time from Dolphins starting pitcher Kevin Ryan, as he gets set to deliver a 1-2 pitch. But Kevin, to his mother Stacy, wants to say thank you for everything that you do, and I love you and appreciate you so much. So a message of love and appreciation from Kevin Ryan to his mother 1 week ahead of Mother's Day, as we celebrate a week early here at the CSI Baseball Complex. And taking first base on the hit by pitch, I believe, was Gloniak, as I was reading off of our list of messages from the players to their moms.
Now, I'm not sure what's going on over here, but I see the CSI softball girls come onto the field, onto the bleachers with some little blue chairs. I'm not sure what's going on over there.
That one is popped up into the glove of Ryan by Kevin Sanders, and I look away for a moment, and there's very quickly an out up on the scoreboard. So Ryan sets down Sanders on 1 pitch, as that is something that I need to get for myself if I ever find the need to sit on the bleachers.
Yes.
We actually could really use that at softball.
Yes, we could. We definitely need that because we sit on a bench without a back, and by the time the games are over, our backs are killing us.
Well, I'll tell you, Joe, I need to talk to them in between
Yeah.
games and let them know that they need to hook me up with one of those tomorrow.
Yeah, we got a doubleheader for tomorrow for the softball.
For those who can't see it, and of course we can't put it on screen, we don't have a camera focused on the bleachers, but it is a makeshift chair that goes over the bleacher seating that has a small back and makes for a much more comfortable seating experience. So these bleachers do have backs. The softball bleachers do not. As Ryan attempts to pick off over to first. Back in safely is Gloniak. It's Mateo Santos at the plate. He struck out swinging in his first plate appearance. He's 0 for 1. And he looks it up and away for ball 1. I mentioned the 2 for 5 day for Santos at the top of the broadcast. And he swings and misses through that 1-1 pitch for strike 2. But both Santos and the man on deck, Jeremy Glinsky, went 2 for 5 yesterday. Saints jumped out to an early lead, 2-0. At one point led 3-0 through 3.5, and from that point forward, it was all Dolphins, as they will check on Gloniak once again. The Saints team, one that likes to run, but most of their stolen bases belong to Jeremy Glinsky. Entering yesterday's game, Glinsky was 16 of 17, stole second and was caught stealing third when he got on, as they both throw behind the runner Gloniak, as they pay very close attention to him over at first. But entering action yesterday, Glinsky had 16 of Duville's 34 stolen bases. And that is swung on and missed by Santos, and he is a strikeout victim for the second time in this game. That will bring up Jeremy Glinsky. Glinsky 0 for 1, grounded out in the first. First pitch to Glinsky is taken inside for ball one. Ryan working even more deliberately with a man on first as they pay very close attention to Gloniak. And Glinsky hits one toward the opposite field. Joyce giving chase. It's over his head and all the way to the wall. Gloniak pulls into third. He is being waved home as Glinsky takes the turn for third. That throw just a couple of steps up the line, but Gloniak would have been in there anyway. A strong effort on the relay throw from Shendi Ulaj, and it is a 2-out RBI triple for Jeremy Glinsky to give D'Youville a 1-0 lead. That will bring up Alex Zimian, the second leading hitter among qualifiers for this Saints team. He was 2 for 4 with a run batted in yesterday, looking to add another RBI. That run he plated yesterday was his 10th run batted in of the season. Now looking for number 11. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and that's on the inside corner. One ball and one strike the count. And Ryan's pitches off the outside corner for ball 2. That one is hit out towards shallow left. Mandiel coming in as the wind knocks it down, and he is unable to make the catch as that ball is off of Ryan's glove. And thinking about second for a moment was Zimian, but he holds. And Joe, I'm not exactly sure what happened, but I'm sure the wind had something to do with it.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I really thought Mandiel was going to come up with that, but it must have just popped out the last second. I really couldn't tell.
Yeah, I didn't see the ball come out of his glove.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought he caught that, but I guess the umpire must have saw otherwise.
Yeah, I thought he had made the catch, but I took a look toward the infield and saw that Glinsky obviously had already crossed home plate, but Zimian was standing at first thinking about second, as it looked like Mandiel thought that ball was headed straight to him and left. Realized that with the wind knocking it down, he needed to charge as the runner is headed for second, and dead to rights is Zimian as a great throw from Trancucci erases the base runner for the Saints, who plate 2 in the top half of the third. It's a 2-0 lead for D'Youville heading into the home half of inning number 3.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. It is a 2-0 lead for the D'Youville College Saints over the CSI Dolphins entering the home half of the third. It will be Louis Mandiel leading things off for the College of Staten Island in this half inning. And a very tough play for him out in left field as the wind is really blowing right now. The flag in left field has changed direction several times since we went to break, and we tried to get some clarity on what happened when Mandiel apparently trapped the ball beneath his glove, attempting to make a sliding catch during the previous half inning. And that is indeed what happened, as we thought initially that Mandiel had made the catch and that would have been the third out, but instead Jeremy Glinsky came home to score on what would be another 2-out RBI hit for the Saints, this time a single for Alex Zimian. Glinsky, who came in to score, previously tripled to drive in a run and put the Saints ahead 1-0. The Zimian base hit made it a 2-0 game, and that's where we stand right now as the bottom of the third is about to get underway. Louis Mandiel is the batter. In yesterday's game, Mandiel was 1 for 3 with an RBI double as he hits one hard over towards short, but Mucci is there, and the throw just in time to retire Mandiel for out number 1. That will bring Nick Cipoletti to the plate. Cipoletti 1 for 4 in yesterday's game, but he struck out 3 times. First pitch to Cipoletti sails upstairs for ball 1. And Joe, you mentioned you saw Cipoletti getting some extra work in ahead of today's game.
Yeah, I got here bright and early to get the field ready, and about 8:30 this morning I saw him in the cages with Coach Morrow.
Cipoletti with a standout game against Bridgeport earlier this season. Dolphins walked that game off in extra innings. That was our opening broadcast of 2021 from the CSI Baseball Complex, and it was a thriller. His bat has gone a bit quiet since, as he's ahead in the count here, 3-0. And he takes off the inside corner for ball 4. So it's a leadoff walk for Cipoletti. And the Dolphins have a 1-out base runner. I should say, not a leadoff walk, it's a 4-pitch walk. Thomas Martin is the batter. And they will check on Cipoletti, who had a nice size lead. And fortunately for him, that throw bounced on its way over to first base. But we have another Mother's Day message from Thomas Martin to Christine Martin. He wants to say, thank you for always being my number 1. I love you, and I'm grateful for you every day. Wishing his mother, Christine, a happy Mother's Day. As that's taken outside for a ball. Runner is going. Cipoletti takes off for second. That throw almost got away. It sailed as Cipoletti came off the base. The umpire signaled out, I believed. Cipoletti came off the base, clearly. And he's out. He clearly beat the throw and then came off the base. I'm not sure exactly what happened. Perhaps he thought time had been granted, and it had not. You don't see that very often.
No, you don't. You definitely don't want to take a base runner off. It's 0. It's we're losing by 2 right now. You really don't want to lose base runners right now, especially a runner in scoring position.
Well, Joe, we are neutral. The Dolphins are not we.
Yes, sorry about that. The Dolphins, sorry.
It's funny that I responded with a "we are not we." But, of course, Joe and I employed here at the College of Staten Island, both for several years now and unapologetically fans of CSI Athletics, but we try and call it right down the middle. And right now it's the Saints out in front and getting a nice break there on the base paths in this third inning. And now with 2 away, count is 3-1 on Thomas Martin. And Martin takes inside for ball 4. So it's the second walk of the inning issued by Gloniak. And with 2 away, Shendi Ulaj comes to the plate with a man on. Shendi also had a message for his mom as we celebrate Mother's Day from the CSI Baseball Complex 1 week early. Shendi wishing his mother a happy Mother's Day and wants to say thank you for all that you've done for him in his life. So a message from Shendi to his mother, as we will have many more of those throughout the broadcast. Specifically during Game 1, we will then pass the messages over to our public address announcer, Marco Miranda, ahead of Game 2, and he will read some of them on the microphone to the mothers in attendance. One ball and one strike, the count on Shendi Ulaj, and that one is popped up. Foul territory and into the grass beyond the Saints bullpen. As Martin was already over at third base, he'll have to jog across the diamond back to first. You just never know where the ball will end up with the wind, but wind seems to be fairly consistent blowing left to right, so I'm not sure it will be much help on a ball hit in that direction. One and two the count on Ulaj, and hits it to just about the same spot, right along the right field line. Giving chase and making the catch is Sanders for the final out of the inning. Dolphins strand 1, and through 3, our score remains 2-0 in favor of D'Youville.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we're back here on the ECC Network. Saints over the Dolphins by a score of 2-0 entering the top half of the 4th inning. A pair of 2-out runs for D'Youville in the road half of the 3rd. An RBI triple off the bat of Jeremy Glinsky opened the scoring. And then Alex Zimian hit a shallow fly ball out into left field, initially misjudged by Louis Mandil, who then came charging in. And in defense of Mandil, it may have very well been the wind that knocked that ball down. We've seen the wind playing tricks on both the outfielders and the pitcher for the Saints, Jared Gloniak, who lost a pop-up on the infield. Nick Cipoletti made a tough catch on an infield pop-up, nearly came out of his glove. So, Joe, the wind wreaking havoc early in this game.
Yeah, it's just unpredictable, the wind. 1 minute it's blowing from left to right, next it could be blowing completely straight out to center. You just don't know which way the wind's going to go. And this ball's just ending up all over the field.
Not an easy task to be a player out there in the field today. And if you're a hitter, you may find yourself on the receiving end of some lucky base hits and a little jump in the batting average. As the first pitch of the 4th inning misses to Josh Battaglia for ball 1. The second pitch is hit on the ground to Cipoletti at short. His throw a bit high, but Lombardo pulls it down for the first out. And I thought maybe I'd warm up to these uniforms as the day has gone along, and it's not happening, Joe.
It's not happening for me
either. It's not happening.
Maybe if the sleeves had the Dolphin blue on it, it would blend in a little more. But with the black on the brim of the hat and the black of the sleeves, it really just doesn't go together.
Yeah, I just can't help but notice it every time I look out into the field. I like each half of the uniform a lot on their own.
Just not together.
No, I think an all powder blue would look good, and
yes.
I think the pink with the black pants looked
Yes,
fine.
definitely. Just
And
this combination.
Yeah,
not so
it
much.
is very bold, as I mentioned earlier. Count 0-1 on Alex Leem, who hits one out towards shallow right, down the line, and out of play. Leem in the game, 0-for-1, flew out in his first at bat. Though it was more of a pop out, as every pop out is labeled a fly out on digital stat keeping. You have to look at the spray chart for the exact placement of the ball. But that pop up I mentioned, Cipoletti, is what retired Leem in his first at bat. An adventurous play for Cipoletti, who had the wind to contend with, as that one's fouled away. The count 0-2 on Leem. And that one is hit out toward right center field. That will fall for an extra base hit as it rolls out toward the warning track. Burkhead is there to retrieve it. And into second base standing is Alex Leem with a one-out double. And to the credit of the Saints, it's been a tough year for them. They come in at 2-20. The energy from that bench has been constant throughout now 12 innings of baseball plus here at the CSI Baseball Complex. They have been making noise and have been very vocal in cheering on whoever it is at the plate, on the base paths, or on the mound. They have been fully engaged and are hungry for that first win within the East Coast Conference. That much is apparent as Renato Quinones takes strike one. Comes the 0-1, and that one is popped up, foul territory, and once again out of play. That one hit right off of the railing. That is a precise shot from that foul ball. Quinones behind in the count, 0-2. Standing in scoring position at second base is Alex Leem, who got on with a one-out double. Cipoletti will sneak in behind Leem for a moment and then retreat back to short as Quinones takes ball one. One ball and two strikes the count. And that one's popped up in the air, perhaps beyond the glove of Ulaj, who got turned around by that ball, and it lands in shallow right center for a base hit. I don't know if that one was the wind or if it was a bad break by Ulaj that cost him the play.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that either. You know, as you said, it just like twisted him around. I'm thinking maybe he just took the wrong step. He went to the right instead of going to the left when he went back. But it could, once again, it could have been the wind, because the wind is definitely wreaking havoc today.
Well, it's wreaking havoc on each call now for me, as this has been a very tough game to call with the ball in flight. It's never apparent where that ball is going to land, and that's compounded by my issues judging fly balls this year at the CSI Baseball Complex that were pre-existing the wind, as that's taken out of the zone by Nate Mucci for ball one. Mucci 0-for-1 in the game. And they will check on the runner over at first, Quinones, who's back in. The 1-0 pitch upcoming from Kevin Ryan as he takes two looks over towards first and delivers outside for ball two. You have to wonder how much of a factor the runner over at first base is right now in inhibiting Ryan's concentration out on the mound. Of course, he is a left-hander. He has a good look over there toward first base, but he is certainly occupied with keeping Quinones right where he is. And judging upon, or based upon, the way the Saints have been running the last couple of days, you would think there's a good chance Quinones will take off if he's given the opportunity. As the 2-0 pitch is swung on and missed by Mucci for strike one. So a 2-0 swing there by Mucci, who entered yesterday's game 3 of 48 on the season. Quinones has not attempted a stolen base, or I should say has attempted 3. He's 1 for 3. So Quinones hasn't been particularly successful swiping bases, and that has not stopped Ryan from throwing over more than once already.
Yeah, I mean, every throw's got to be perfect because you got a man on third base, so you can't forget about him.
Absolutely. As we saw a pickoff get away yesterday.
That's the last thing you want to happen with a man on third base.
Perhaps that might have been in the Mercy doubleheader. I think it was in the Mercy doubleheader where we saw a pickoff go awry. It's hard to believe it's already been a week since that Mercy doubleheader, but a lot of baseball bunched up early in the season, and now we'll have a lot of late season action as well. But prior to that doubleheader against Mercy, baseball was off the air, or I should say had only one broadcast over a couple of weeks. Actually, I think they were off the air for 2 weeks here on Sportsnet. The only broadcast we covered was softball. They were away from, I believe, the 19th, or the 9th, I should say, through the 24th. So 15 days between baseball broadcasts. 3 balls and 2 strikes to count on Nate Mucci. The runner at first is Quinones. Leem over at third, and will that be deep enough to score Leem? Unlikely, as Cipoletti is there underneath it and makes the catch for the second out. So a big second out for Kevin Ryan and the Dolphins, as that ball not hit deep enough to score Leem from third. So Jared Gloniak will be the batter looking to pick up that run from third base. 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. And the runner is going. Quinones takes off, and they have him caught in a rundown. And that's inexplicable. I cannot believe the Dolphins allowed that run to score from third uncontested. As the Saints take a 3-0 lead. That goes down as a caught stealing, and we'll head to the bottom half of the 4th with the score 3-0.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back, and my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer, and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we are back here from the CSI Baseball Complex as the previous half inning came to a close with an attempted steal of second that then allowed a run to score from third, as the Dolphins inexplicably threw to second base, took a look over toward third, and then ignored the runner coming home. That's a situation where you have to make a decision as to whether or not to concede that run. And they did score 10 yesterday, so I guess in that regard you can understand why they conceded a run. But we're nearly at the halfway mark of this game, and the Dolphins are yet to pick up their first hit. I'm not sure that's a situation where you let that run score, Joe.
Nah, I personally don't let, you can't let the runner from score just, the third base just score uncontested. Like, you got to go after that run. I mean, the runner on first base taking second, that's not a big deal because what's he doing? Going into scoring position, and there's 2 out already. So your focus should be at the plate of the plate to prevent that run. That runner on first base doesn't matter all that much right now.
I was just so surprised that I couldn't mask the frustration in my voice as well. Peter Lombardo will lead things off for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the fourth inning. Lombardo 0 for 1 in the game. He's behind in the count here, 0-1. And the pitch from Gloniak on the way, and that's off the inside corner. That looked like a big sweeping breaking ball from Gloniak. As that's hit out toward right field, and Sanders is there, and we saw Sanders make a play very similar to that yesterday where he came in just a bit too far on the ball and nearly lost the play, and once again right there, the same thing happened. But nonetheless, it is out number 1, and Angel Santiago will be the batter. Angel had a message for Mom, Sonia Alvarez, on the celebration of Mother's Day here at the CSI Baseball Complex. And Angel wanted to say, "Hey, Mom, thank you for all your hard work and sacrifices you have made for me. A happy Mother's Day. I love you." So that a message from Angel Santiago to Mom, Sonia Alvarez. That's hit well out to left center field. That is chasing Leam into the gap. He's ranging back, and he makes the catch. Once again, the Saints not making it look easy, but it's 2 quick outs. That will bring up Sal Trancucci for the second time. Trancucci lined out to left in his first at bat. And he takes a called strike 1. And the 0-1 pitch finds the inside corner for a called strike 2. Quickly a 2-strike hole for Trancucci. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and that's down in the dirt for ball 1. That one's hit up in the air along the first base line. Ranging into foul territory is Zimian, and he dropped the ball. In and out of the glove. So new life for Trancucci, as several Saints are making their way off the field will have to go back to their positions. Yes. Just confirming next door whether or not that is an error. It is indeed an error. Unfortunately, our mute buttons were not working during our previous broadcast. Very fickle, those mute buttons. Sometimes they work for us, sometimes they don't. So I apologize if anyone was watching wearing headphones. As the 2-2 to Trancucci is on the inside corner for a called strike 3. So the dropped foul pop-up does not hurt the Saints. Dolphins go down 1-2-3 and trail 3-0 heading into the 5th.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive. to achieve every goal we aim for. Because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we are back here on CSI Sportsnet. Dolphins trailing by a score of 3-0, entering the 5th inning as we celebrate Mother's Day here at the CSI Baseball Complex and on CSI Sportsnet 1 week early ahead of Mother's Day next Sunday. As you see the Dolphins wearing their pink uniforms in honor of all of the mothers in attendance and those who could not be here for today's game. We've also passed along several Mother's Day messages from the players to their moms who may be here or watching at home. Jared Gloniak is the batter for D'Youville as he takes ball 1. And we do have a message from head coach Mike Morrow to Linda Morrow. He wants to say Happy Mother's Day to his mom and thanks for everything. A week early, but nonetheless, Happy Mother's Day wishes from Mike to Linda. As we will be on the air next Friday, but the Dolphins choosing to celebrate Mother's Day a week early because fans are in attendance for today's games. They are gathered in front of us and throughout the bleachers here at the CSI Baseball Complex, and it's great to see that again. As the 3-0 pitch misses down and in for ball 4 to Jared Gloniak. So Gloniak is on with a 4-pitch walk to open up the top half of the 5th inning. And that will bring up Kevin Sanders. Sanders 0 for 1 in the game. And Sanders takes a called strike 1. Runner on first is Gloniak. Still nobody out for the Saints after Gloniak drew a walk on 4 pitches. Lombardo gives chase toward that ball and can't make the catch. So it's a quick 2-strike hole for Kevin Sanders. As Sanders tried to bunt Gloniak over to second. Mateo Santos would be next. And will be next, as there is nobody out in the inning. And Sanders looks at a called strike 3. So Kevin Sanders strikes out on 3 pitches, one of which he attempted to bunt, and there is 1 away.
Number 34, Mateo Santos.
Mateo Santos comes to the plate, having struck out twice. He's 0 for 2. And the first pitch he sees is swung on and missed for strike 1. Oh, and 1 pitch upcoming from Ryan to Santos, and that is swung on and missed for strike 2. Santos looking a bit off balance on that last swing. Comes the 0-2, and that is 3 straight swings and 3 straight misses by Mateo Santos. And there are now 2 away in the inning.
Next at bat, number 20, Jeremy Glinsky.
That will bring up Jeremy Glinsky, who has proven himself to be perhaps the most dangerous hitter in this Saints lineup. I think that is a fair assessment as he comes in hitting over 300 on the day. The only Saints batter hitting over the 300 mark. He's ahead in the count here, 1-0. Is 1 for 2 in the game with a ground out and an RBI triple. And he hits that one out towards shallow left. Mandil coming in, and he knocks it down off the slide as wisely attempting to take third is the runner Gloniak, and a good throw may have given the Dolphins a chance to get him over at third. But instead, it will be runners on the corners now and 2 away Alex Zimian coming to the plate.
Next at bat, number 26, Alex Zimian.
So Glinski keeps the inning going and will give Zimian a chance to add to the Saints' lead. And that one's hit out towards right. Initially breaking in was Joyce. He's looking up. He chases it back towards the wall, and it is over his head. Advancing to third is Glinski, and standing at second is Zimian. And coming in to score is Gloniak with the fourth Saints run. They now lead Staten Island 4-0. That will bring up Josh Battaglia, as it's been a rough 3 innings for Kevin Ryan on the mound in the third, fourth, and fifth. That ball just kept carrying out to right field, and that one landed right at the base of the wall. As Battaglia fouls back the first pitch of this at-bat for strike one. Runners now on second and third with 2 away for the Saints cleanup hitter. And Battaglia looks at a ball down and in. One ball and 1 strike the count. Pitch from Kevin Ryan is on the outside corner for a called strike 2. And the 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. So Battaglia goes down swinging to bring the top half of the fifth inning to a close, but not before the Saints tack on another run. Their lead now 4-0 heading into the bottom half of the fifth.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends, live sports and watch parties, to Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here on the ECC network as the Saints continue to tack on runs to their lead. 2 in the third, 1 in the fourth, and 1 more in the fifth. They now lead Staten Island 4-0. The Dolphins remain in search of their first base hit of the game, as I think we may have some changes upcoming for CSI. We'll see. I heard some radio communication going on in the room next door, and if there are any changes, we will have those passed along to us shortly. Unfortunately, we're not sharing a room with the statistician today, as we had to move that computer into the room to our left. So once again, it's just Joe and I in the commentary booth, as we had some company yesterday with Dave joining us to our left, and I'm sure when he gets the opportunity, he will listen in later in the day. It will be 6, 7, and 8 due up for the College of Staten Island in the bottom half of the fifth. Dolphins trailing by 4. Burkhead, Joyce, and Mandiel coming to the plate for CSI in the inning. As it will not be.
No, looks
Joyce.
like Manzo on deck.
So Michael Manzo will pinch hit for Thomas Joyce, and with that, I want to make sure I pass Thomas's Mother's Day message along with him coming out of the game, as Brian Burkhead quickly lines one into left center field for a leadoff single, and the Dolphins have the first batter on in the bottom of the fifth. So from Thomas Joyce to Janet Joyce, he just wants to say, "Hey, Mom, I love you, and remember to cover the plate." And Michael Manzo very quickly laying down a bunt. The throw to first is in time. And trailing by 4, the Dolphins lay down a sacrifice in the bottom of the 5th. And Michael also had a message for his mother, Joanna Manzo. He wants to say Happy Mother's Day to Mom and that he loves her. So Happy Mother's Day and I love you from Michael Manzo to Joanna Manzo as we continue our celebration of Mother's Day this weekend.
It appears we got another pitch hitter. It looks like Jack Verone is now batting.
So the Dolphins making changes early in this game as Brian Burkhead quickly picked up the Dolphins' first hit to open up the inning, and back-to-back pinch hitters behind him. First with Manzo bunting Burkhead over to second, and now Jack Verone coming to the plate in place of Louis Mandil. And Verone takes on the outside corner to even up the count at 1-1 strike. Count even at 1-1. Gloniak taking his time as he delivers high for ball 2. Left-handed Verone did get an at-bat yesterday, late in the game, as that one skied foul, and no spectators taking charge to make that catch.
I think that ball just rolled completely down the bleachers, Joe.
It sure did.
I heard it bing, bing, bing all the way down the steps.
Just a quick correction, Verone did not get an at-bat yesterday. Did get into the game late as a defensive replacement, as that one is about 5 feet over the window in front of us. Two balls and 2 strikes the count on Jack Verone. And he looks at that pitch outside for ball 3. Count full on the CSI pinch hitter. The runner at second is Burkhead. 1 away in the bottom of the 5th. Here comes the payoff pitch. And that is on the outside corner for a called strike 3. Verone didn't think so as he had flipped the bat and was on his way to first, but instead he will head back to the dugout, a strikeout victim, and out number 2. That will bring Nick Cipoletti to the plate in an RBI spot. Dolphins really would like to see him pick up this run from second. And the first pitch to Cipoletti skips in for ball 1. Cipoletti ahead in the count, 1-0, and the pitch from Gloniak is on the outside corner for strike 1. Cipoletti drew a walk in his first at-bat. Here comes the 1-1, and that's popped up. Will it stay in play? No, it will not, as it's off the top of the Saints dugout. Count now 1 ball and 2 strikes on the Dolphin shortstop. 2 away in the bottom half of the 5th. CSI broke into the hit column for the first time in this half inning with a Brian Burkhead single to get things started. He was sacrificed over to second base, and that is where he stands right now. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Jared Gloniak. And that's chopped on the ground to second. Knocking it down is Quinones, and his throw is in time. The spectators in front of us are not happy with the call as they make their voices heard. But that will bring the 5th inning to a close. Dolphins still trail by 4. Saints ahead 4-0 heading into the 6th.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we are back here on the ECC Network. Dolphins trailing the Saints 4-0, entering the 6th inning. And for each half inning, the rest of the way, we have another Mother's Day message to pass along from the Dolphins players. And we'll take it from the top of the list as we have Dolphins relievers who have not gotten into the game yet, as well as some reserves who have not gotten into the game yet that have Mother's Day wishes for their mothers. We'll start with Frank Gulko, and to his mother, Kathleen, he says, "Hey, Mom, just wanted to say happy early Mother's Day. I love you and miss you and the family. I will see you guys soon." And I know the Gulkos are viewers from Arizona, typically tuning in here on the ECC Network. So kind words from Frank to his family, and specifically his mother, as Frank is the first one to acknowledge that these Mother's Day wishes are indeed 1 week early. Sal found that very funny next door, as I think listening in yesterday for a short time, some of the chatter from the room to our left does come over the microphone. So
oh, that's interesting.
Sal's laughter definitely was heard. So leading things off for the Saints in their half of the 6th is Alex Leem, and Leem looks at that pitch outside for ball 2. Count now 2-1. On the Saints center fielder, here comes the 2-1 offering from Ryan, and that finds the zone for a called strike 2. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and that's down and in for ball 3. Count now full on Leem. Ryan has issued 1 walk in the game, has 4 strikeouts. Make it 5 strikeouts as he has 4 strikeouts swinging and 1 strikeout looking, as those are separated on my stat sheet. And that foul ball keeps this at bat going. Here comes another 3-2 pitch. And that's hit out towards the right field line, and it lands foul. So we'll see at least 1 more 3-2 pitch to Leem, as he and Ryan are engaged in a battle to open up the 6th inning. Comes the 3-2, and that hit Leem. So Leem gets on the hard way after he saw 7 pitches. That was number 8. That is the second batter that Ryan has hit in the game. And the Saints have the leadoff man on to open up the 6th inning with Renato Quinones coming to the plate. Quinones 1 for 2. And the runner is going as Leem takes off for second. And no throw by Trancucci as that pitch was down low. So the count 1-0 on the batter, Quinones. Leem takes second on the pitch in the dirt, but he was running anyway, so it became an easy stolen base for Leem. Saints still looking to bunt, and coming up empty on the bunt attempt was Quinones. We have received confirmation, Joe. Nick Durst is on the way.
That's great.
As that one is bunted toward the mound. Ryan's throw right on target, as it looks like we may have a turned ankle for Shendi Ulaj. I'm not sure if the runner stepped on his foot or if he just turned his ankle on the play without being contacted. We'll see if we can get a look at it on replay. As Ulaj is down to the left of first base, and he's clearly having some trouble putting pressure on that ankle, but he appears okay. Here's another look. And the runner didn't step on his foot, so he clearly tweaked it, stepping away from first base. And something else I want to mention on that play, Kevin Ryan does a phenomenal job fielding his position. He snagged one earlier that was hit right back to the mound. He does a great job handling any bunts, any choppers on the infield. Here's another chance. He can't get to that one, but the runner is holding at third, and Cipoletti backs Ryan up to make the throw in time to retire Nate Mucci for the second out of the inning. Holding at third is Leem.
That was definitely a great play by Cipoletti to be backing up the pitcher.
Without him being there to back up Ryan, who looked to make another great play. That goes down as an infield single, but Ryan, in his own right, has done a great job in the field today. And all season long, all the work I've seen of him in the field has been tremendous. As that finds the inside corner for a called strike one to Jared Gloniak, who looks to help his own cause here. 2 outs and a runner on third. And that one's fouled straight back. Count quickly 0-2 on Gloniak. Here comes the 0-2 pitch from Ryan, and that sails upstairs for ball one. One ball, 2 strikes, the count on Gloniak, 2 away in the top half of the 6th. As that is swung on and missed for strike 3. So Kevin Ryan strands a runner over at third, picks up strikeout number 6 to bring the top half of the 6th inning to a close. Dolphins will look to score for the first time once again when we come back for the bottom half of the 6th inning.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back, and my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer, and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we are back here on the ECC Network, and we have another Mother's Day message, this time from Adam Gonzalez to Melissa Gonzalez. To his mom, Adam says, "Happy Mother's Day. I appreciate all that you do for me, and I love you." So another Mother's Day message, this time from Adam Gonzalez to Melissa Gonzalez, as we continue to read these off throughout Game 1 of today's doubleheader. Many of the Dolphins players providing us with messages they wanted us to pass along to Mom ahead of Mother's Day next weekend. However, the one day of the season where fans are allowed into the CSI baseball complex, and the Dolphins wearing their pink uniforms in honor of the mothers. So we're joining the Dolphins in honoring our mothers 1 week early here on CSI Sportsnet. As the action is set to resume with the top of the order due up for the College of Staten Island, Martin, Ulaj, and Lombardo due up for CSI in the bottom of the 6th. And it's good to see Shendi Ulaj on deck after he appeared to turn his ankle in the previous half inning. Our score still 4-0. Saints over the Dolphins in this East Coast Conference matchup. The Saints looking to pick up their first victory within conference this season and are well on their way to doing just that. The Dolphins hope to have something to say about it, but they're running out of time as we're approaching the final third of this game, and Thomas Martin opens the bottom half of the 6th with a swing and miss. I spoke about the great job Kevin Ryan has done fielding his position on the mound for CSI during the previous half inning. It's been a great start for Jared Gloniak. He's pitching what I would believe is easily his best game of the season. He's only started one other game for D'Youville, though he does lead this team in appearances, and what a job he's done on the bump for the Saints in this game. Had only thrown 15 2/3 innings this year. Those innings across 12 appearances, as that's off the glove of Glinsky. And I would presume that will go down as a hit. We'll see.
I would say so. That was a laser right off his bat.
And that is the Dolphins' second base hit of the game. And I'm not sure there was much doubt about that one, as Martin hit the ball hard, and he's on to lead off the bottom half of the 6th inning. Dolphins looking to bunt once again as Ulaj lays down a good one, and that will be a bunt single for Shendi Ulaj. And Joe, that may be one of the few times we've seen a bunt pay off with a base hit.
Yeah, that bunt was perfectly laid down. That is your number 2 hitter. We were talking about this yesterday, that we aren't fans of bunting one of your best hitters. But in that case, that was a beautifully executed bunt right there by Shendi.
And on top of that, it appeared Ulaj rolled his ankle in the field during the previous half inning, and he was busting out of the box. I'm not sure he was running 100%, but he gets to first base safely with no throw. So the Dolphins threatening here in the 6th. The first 2 men have reached. A single by Thomas Martin down the third baseline, a bunt single on an attempted sacrifice for Shendi Ulaj, and now Peter Lombardo comes to the plate with 2 on. Nobody out. And Joe, is he asked to bunt?
I wouldn't take the bat out of Lombardo's hands right here. You know, he's a big hitter, power hitter. You're really, at this point, you got a runner in scoring position. I don't think this is, with him especially, I don't think this is place to bunt right now. But, hey, you never know.
The question I have, and this is a sincere question, is there any hitter in this Dolphins lineup who would not be asked to bunt under any circumstances?
And here we go again.
Lombardo lays down a great bunt. That's a hit.
Bunt.
Oh, is it going foul, though? It is.
Oh.
That ball took a sharp turn as it approached about 2/3 of the way down the third base line, and the fans were really into that one, as you could see that ball rolling toward third. Everybody gathered here in the CSI baseball complex knew that if that stayed fair, it was a hit. But it took a Saints roll along that third base line and went foul. Oh, 0-1 the count on Lombardo following that foul bunt. So I had to listen into a conversation next door. I think we may have had an equipment malfunction outside. We'll have to check that in between innings. Lombardo showing bunt again as that pickoff attempt to first got away from Zimian. The ball bounces right into his glove, and both runners advance as the crowd is as into this game as they have been all day. Ulaj pumping up the fans from second base. He's into it.
That's just some great sounds coming from the CSI baseball complex right now. That's something we haven't had in about 2 years now, and it's really great to hear it. You know, it's some sense of normalcy coming back.
Absolutely is. The Dolphins faithful making their voices heard in this one as Lombardo hits one high in the air, foul, and out of play. Lombardo in a 2-strike hole where a base hit could plate 2 and cut the Saints' lead in half. Jared Gloniak hasn't had many on base behind him, only one base runner reaching via the base hit prior to this half inning. Comes the 0-2, and that's lined out towards straightaway right field, and that will roll out toward the corner. Lombardo takes the turn. He's heading for second. 2 runs come in to score on an RBI double for Peter Lombardo. The Dolphins have cut the Saints' lead in half, and our score is now 4-2.
That was definitely a huge hit by Lombardo. Getting 2 runs back on the board. You know, you're only down by 2. The crowd's really into it. No outs right now. This is a game now.
The Dolphins are right back in it as CSI picks up their 4th base hit of the game. 2 come in to score. And now Angel Santiago with a chance to trim the lead to 1. And Santiago nearly hit by the first pitch he sees. Just got out of the way, and that one nearly caught the jersey. Here comes the 1-0 pitch from Gloniak, and that's up and away for ball 2. Gloniak working harder in this inning than he has all game long already. A 2-0 pitch is upcoming to Santiago. And that finds the outside corner for a called strike 1. Here comes the 2-1 pitch to Santiago, and he takes up and away for ball 3. If Santiago gets on, that would put the tying run on base with Sal Trancucci on deck. And that one is fouled away by Santiago, and the count is full. Three balls and 2 strikes the count on Angel Santiago. Gloniak comes set. Here's the payoff pitch.
That hit him.
That hit him. So it hit him and was caught by Santos off the rebound as Santiago takes first base. And the Dolphins now have the tying runs aboard for Sal Trancucci. I think more importantly for CSI right now, still nobody out. And I spoke about it earlier, only 13 players that we counted are dressed for this Deauville College team, and they don't have many options on the mound. So if Gloniak is chased from this game, they will have to use at least one more pitcher to get them through the final 3 innings plus. And then we'll have 7 more innings to allocate during game 2. Trancucci at the plate, 0 for 2 in the game. corners creeping in for D'Youville as they expect Trancucci to bunt. He will, and he pulls the bunt back and takes ball one.
Joe, I believe I see some of the CSI softball team with some pom-poms in their hands. I guess they're doubling as our cheerleaders for the day.
It appears that way, as they also were a food delivery service yesterday as they brought a sandwich up to the booth while I was calling the game. I really appreciated that. As Trancucci bunts, it's a good one. And the sacrifice is successful as both runners advance into scoring position. Lombardo moves from second to third, and Santiago goes from first to second. Dolphins now with 2 in scoring position, 1 out. And coming to the plate will be Brian Burkhead.
Next at bat, number 37, Brian Burkhead.
Burkhead 1 for 2 in the game. Singled and did reach on a fielder's choice. That's hit straight over to first base. Zimian makes the play himself, and there are 2 away. A huge second out for Jared Gloniak and the Saints. It hasn't been easy to take the life out of the fans in attendance here today, but for a moment anyway, that does the trick. Michael Manzo is the batter. Manzo came on in place of Thomas Joyce earlier in the game. And he rips one foul into the parking lot. Oh, and 1 the count. Gloniak taking his time out on the hill as he delivers down and away, evening up the count at 1. Manzo laid down a sacrifice bunt in his first plate appearance of the game, coming off of the bench to replace Thomas Joyce. That was in the last inning as he pops one up here on the infield, and taking a look over at the third base line, just a quick point. Lombardo looked like he was tagging at third base with 2 outs, but regardless, the catch is made and the inning is over. Dolphins get halfway back. Our score now 4-2 heading into the 7th inning here on the ECC Network.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials, live music, and the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. Final third of this game about to get underway with the top half of the 7th inning about to get started. And we continue with some Mother's Day shout-outs from the CSI players to their mothers watching at home. And Michael DeForte has some Mother's Day wishes for Kathy, his mother, and he wants to say, Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Thanks for all of your support. I love you. So more Happy Mother's Day wishes from the CSI players to their mothers watching at home, and many of them here in attendance as well, as we'll pass these messages along to our public address announcer during Game 2. Top of the 7th about to get started. And for the Saints, it will be 9-1-2 coming to the plate. Deauville leading Staten Island now 4-2 as the Dolphins put 2 up on the scoreboard in the bottom half of the 6th. Getting halfway back for Kevin Ryan, who comes back out to the mound for the 7th. His first pitch of the inning misses for ball 1. And the 1-0 is up high for ball 2. I'll make that a called strike 1. My mistake, as I missed the strike call from the home plate umpire. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And that's swung on and missed. The count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sanders 0 for 2 in the game with a flyout and a strikeout. And that's 2 strikeouts for the Saints right fielder as Sanders goes down looking for out number 1. Mateo Santos will be the batter. Santos 0 for 3 in the game, has struck out swinging 3 times. Trancucci having a quick word with Kevin Ryan ahead of this at-bat. And it looks like the action is set to resume. So I'm not sure what Trancucci had to say to Ryan, but first pitch to Santos is taken for ball 1. Here comes the 1-0, and that skips in for ball 2. Here comes the 2-0 from Ryan, and that's popped up on the infield. Ulaj ranging back into shallow right, shielding his eyes from the sun, and he makes the catch for the second out of the inning. Those plays appear routine on the feed, and if you're in the building, not so much.
No, that's also because of the wind out there today, It just takes the ball wherever it feels like. It's unpredictable, as I keep saying.
Sure is, and has been for the last 24 hours plus. As Jeremy Glinsky will be the batter. Exactly where you want to face him, with the bases empty, as he has come through for the Saints team time and time again over the last 2 days. The first pitch to Glinsky is fouled back for strike 1. As Ryan looks to make it 7 innings in this start. There is action in the Dolphins bullpen, or at least there was at the start of the inning. Bullpen is quieted now, and Glinsky hits one a mile high into shallow center. Ranging back is Cipoletti, along with Ulaj, and coming in was Burkhead. But once again, Ulaj making a tough catch against the wind and the sun, this time for the 3rd out. Dolphins trail 4-2 heading into the bottom half of the 7th. We'll be right back with more ECC baseball.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive. to achieve every goal we aim for. Because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet with more Mother's Day shout-outs from our Dolphins players to their mothers in attendance and watching at home. From Nick Velarde to Linda Velarde, Nick says, a happy Mother's Day. Thank you for all you've done and continue to do every day. I love you. And from Michael Crocco to Mary Beth and Brenda Crocco, Michael says, happy Mother's Day. I love you both. We'll have a few more Mother's Day shout-outs from Dolphins players over the last couple of innings in this game and then over public address during Game 2 as the bottom half of the 7th inning gets underway with strike one to Jack Verone, who then hits one softly on the ground over to third, and that is an egregiously bad call. I can't imagine how that's a foul ball. That was fielded in fair territory by Glinsky, who then fell foul. Fans can't believe it either, as we'll look at it on replay. And Glinsky fielded the ball in fair territory and then rolled foul with the ball in his glove. Regardless, it is an 0-2 count on Jack Verone, who then swings and misses for strike three. So you can't see Glinsky field the ball, but did you see what I saw, Joe?
Yes, no, I definitely saw what you saw. And all the fans erupted here as well because that was just not a great call by the home plate umpire.
Mike Morrow had a front row seat and protested, appeared satisfied with the explanation, but Joe, I feel that I know the rules of the game well, and if the ball is contacted in fair territory by a player who is positioned in fair territory, no body part across the line, it's a fair ball once that occurs.
Correct.
So, tough break for the Dolphins as Nick Cipoletti will pick up a one-out base hit. As a good stop there on the dive by Mucci wasn't enough to get the speedy Cipoletti, as Mucci did make a strong throw to first, but Cipoletti just too fast.
I guess that early morning batting practice for Cipoletti is paying off. Hit two hard hit balls today.
More importantly, that base hit does bring the tying run to the plate once again, and Thomas Martin certainly a power threat. Dolphins hope that Martin could tie it with one big swing. D'Youville looking for the final 8 outs of this game and their first ECC victory. Martin 1 for 2 in the game. Has reached on a single and a walk. Runner going as that one is pulled through the vacated hole on the left side for a base hit. And bobbling the ball for just a moment was Battaglia. Going first to third is Cipoletti. And on with a one-out single is Thomas Martin. Dolphins couldn't have drawn that one up much better, as heading towards second was Mucci. That vacated the hole between short and third and gave that ball just enough room to squeak by and into left field.
Next at bat, number 24, Shendi Ulaj.
Shendi Ulaj will be the batter. Tying runs on base for CSI once again, 1 out in the home half of the 7th inning.
Probably close the door.
Yes, Joe, we probably could close the door and maybe should close the door as that one's down low for ball one. And I'm not sure how audible it is, but I know that yesterday you could hear some of the conversations next door on the microphone, so we may have to close that door.
Yeah, I'm starting to see some audio readings go up as the chatter is coming from the next room over.
Shendi Ulaj, the batter, with 2 on, 1 out. Dolphins trailing by 2, and he's quickly ahead in the count, 2-0. Ulaj with a bunt single in his last at bat. He's 1 for 3. And he looks at ball 3 as Martin takes off and steals second base. So the Saints not really paying much attention to the Dolphins' base runners, and this is as active as CSI has been on the base paths in any game I've covered so far this year. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. As that misses outside for ball 3. First base is open, but of course the Saints don't want to issue a free pass here. The infield is in all around. They are not conceding a run. And the 3-1 pitch is up high for ball 4. Dolphins now have the bases loaded for Peter Lombardo. And there is action in the Saints bullpen, but it does appear there will be a pitching change, and there is a pitching change upcoming for D'Youville, as that will be all for Jared Gloniak. It is a left-hander coming out of the D'Youville College bullpen, and we'll have the line on the new pitcher when we return from break. Dolphins have the bases loaded, trailing by 2 in the bottom half of the 7th. And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. The Dolphins have the bases loaded and 1 out in the bottom half of the 7th, trailing 4-2. College of Staten Island looking to make it 2 in a row over D'Youville College. And the Saints are looking for their first victory in the East Coast Conference this season. New pitcher coming out of the bullpen for D'Youville is a left-hander, and I'll have to pull up the roster because the official stats don't have numbers. So it will be Adam Lampman coming on to pitch for the Saints. And the numbers for Lampman on the season are buried in a stack of paper somewhere. Here they are. This is appearance number 10 for Lampman. He is 0-8 with an 8.94 ERA. In 46 in the third innings, he's allowed 80 hits, 55 runs, 46 of those earned. He has walked 16 and struck out 39. And Joe, I see him heading up the stairs. Nick Durst has arrived.
He is. He's entering the building.
Here at the CSI Baseball Complex, as Nick will step into the booth and take the seat to my left. And we'll have to reconfigure our setup very quickly, as Nick will join me on the call in just a few moments. We apologize for any audio spikes as we pass the headset along to Nick to my left. Nick, welcome to the broadcast. You join us in the midst of a good one here at the CSI Baseball Complex.
Yeah, I want to thank Joe for filling in, but the closer's here.
Closer is in the building. I guess that makes Joe either the setup man or the middle reliever. I'm not sure where that leaves me. I guess the starting pitcher.
I think Joe's the opener here for using modern-day baseball terms.
Right. That's a new term, I believe, started by the Tampa Bay Rays, if I'm not mistaken. As Lombardo quickly gets ahead in the count 1-0. So to fill you in, Nick, so far in this game, the Dolphins were hitless through the first several innings. I think they picked up their first hit in the 5th. D'Youville jumped out to a 4-0 lead. CSI cut that lead in half in the bottom half of the 6th, and now have the bases loaded, as you can see here in the 7th, with the number 3 hitter Peter Lombardo at the plate. He's quickly ahead in the count 2-0. Lampman taking his time out on the hill as Lombardo gets some instruction from over at third base. Long time between the 1-0 pitch and this 2-0 pitch as Lombardo takes downstairs for ball 3. So Lampman now one pitch away from walking in the third Dolphins run.
Well, you know the old saying, Joe, a walk is as good as a hit, and that's certainly the case right here.
No doubt about that. As with the bases loaded, there is nowhere to put Lombardo. He shows bunt as potential distraction to the pitcher. I'm not sure if that works in any case, but...
Well, the first baseman definitely fell for it as he's playing in here on the grass.
The Saints not conceding a run during the previous at-bat, moved the middle infielders back in this plate appearance, and Lombardo draws the walk. So the Dolphins are now down by only a run, and CSI is 3/4 of the way back.
Joe, it is great to finally see some fans here today, and they are really enjoying that walk, pounding on the stands and the bleachers, making some noise here for the CSI Dolphins.
We spoke about it earlier in the broadcast, Joe and I. The Dolphins faithful have been vocal today, and it's just great to have them back as really a part of the broadcast as we have the windows open and you can hear a lot of the noise the fans make in reaction to the Dolphins' prowess at the plate and in the field on the mound as well. And in this game, they've been treated to a very good one as Angel Santiago looks at ball 1. Santiago, officially 0 for 1 in the game, has walked and been hit by a pitch. That one is in for a called strike as the count evens at 1. Infield in all around once again for the Saints as they look to cut down the tying run, which stands 90 feet away at third. And that is chopped foul.
Joe, when you put together a lineup, this is what you dream of. Your cleanup hitter with the bases loaded in a big spot in a big game.
Well, Nick, the Dolphins, I know you saw it over at softball. They've been at it with the bunting again today, and no hitter has been exempt. That includes the 2 and 3 hitters, Ulaj and Lombardo, who were both asked to bunt earlier in the game. Bases loaded right now for Santiago, and he looks at that pitch down in the dirt for ball 2. The runner at third is Martin. Ulaj stands over at second. Lombardo is at first. Dolphins trail 4-3 in the bottom half of the 7th. This game scheduled for 9 innings, the first of a pair from the CSI Baseball Complex on this Saturday. Santiago asks for time as the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lampman looking for a huge punch out. The Dolphins looking for a potential go-ahead base hit. Lampman is working at a snail's pace right now as he takes a long look in and delivers the 2-2 pitch low for ball 3.
Good plate discipline here by the Dolphins.
I provided the numbers on Lampman when he entered the game, but the walk number 16 in 46 innings right now doesn't seem to have command of that breaking ball. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and that misses off the inside corner for ball 4, and the Saints have issued back-to-back bases-loaded walks to tie the game.
Santiago there with an incredible bat flip on the walk, hustles down to first. We've got a tie game here as we are going to have Trancucci up here with the bases loaded. Back-to-back walks here, so I expect he will be patient at the plate.
I think that's a safe bet, Nick, and he would be wise to maybe look at a pitch or two. Perhaps maybe Lampman just tries to throw a get-me-over fastball, and Trancucci swinging at the first pitch he sees and fouls it back. I'm not sure that Santiago could have walked with much more flair. As you mentioned, the bat flip, maybe if he sprinted down to first base and tried to pump up the crowd a bit. We've seen that already in a game this year. He could have added a bit more to that base on balls. But regardless, the Dolphins have tied the game, and that one nearly sailed over the head of Santos.
Crazy pitch there. Nice job by Santos to jump up and stop that one from going to the backstop.
1 ball and 1 strike the count on Sal Trancucci. nowhere to put him. Dolphins looking to take the lead. Infield is in for the Saints, and Trancucci hits one out to right center field. Coming in is Sanders. He's underneath it and makes the catch. The throw is coming home. It will be cut off by Simeon, and that is a great play by Alex Simeon to cut off that throw and prevent Lombardo from advancing to third. Mike Morrow is not happy, but his team does take the lead. Dolphins ahead 5-4 heading into the 8th inning.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends, live sports and watch parties, to Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet with the Dolphins now leading by a score of 5-4. CSI with only 5 base hits in the game, but they have made the most of them, and a pair of bases-loaded walks, plating 2 runs for CSI in the 7th. Certainly not what the Saints were looking for.
Yeah, and Kevin Ryan, very happy guy right now, gets to go back to the mound here with a lead for the first time today.
And we do have some more Mother's Day shout-outs from our Dolphins players, and Alexis Santos has a shout-out for his mom, May, and he wants to say, thank you, Mom, for everything. My Spanish is not good, but he also has the message in Spanish, so we'll try it. Gracias, Mama. Te amo mucho. I'm not sure if that was
I love you a lot, Mom.
the correct pronunciation. Nick says I did well, so I'll take it, as those are more Mother's Day shout-outs from the Dolphins. We actually have one more from Stephen Kalika to Maria Kalika, and we'll deliver that shout-out after this pitch. And that's down in the dirt for ball 1 to Alex Simeon. So from Stephen to his mother, Maria, he says, Happy Mother's Day. Thank you for always pushing me and being my best friend. I love you. Once again, a happy Mother's Day from all of us here on CSI Sportsnet, and of course from the Dolphins players to their mothers watching at home. We're celebrating a week early as the Dolphins welcome spectators into the CSI Baseball Complex for the first time, and that's chopped on the ground over to second. Ulaj is there, and he flips on over to Lombardo for the first out of the inning.
Nice textbook fundamental play there all around.
We've seen some good defensive plays in this game by both teams, and before you got here, Nick, I was praising Kevin Ryan's defense off of the mound. He's done a great job for CSI. He's been all over any bunt attempts or any ball hit within his wingspan. He's been able to reach up and pull down, and he's had himself a good day both pitching and defending his position. As that's hit toward the middle, and Cipoletti with a great diving stop. His throw not in time. What a stop by Cipoletti, and he made that play much closer than anyone anticipated.
Nice job there just to stop that one. I think when he got it in his glove there, he picked it up on the second base side of second base. He was not in a shift.
Cipoletti with a full extension diving stop, but Battaglia, the batter, Josh Battaglia, busting down the line, and it would have been a very close play at best, and Battaglia probably would have beaten it out anyway if the throw was perfect, as it did pull Lombardo off the bag. So Alex Leam will be the batter. Tying run now on base for D'Youville. They trail for the first time today. Leam 1 for 2. Has flown out, doubled, and was hit by a pitch. And he looks at that one high for ball 2. Leam ahead in the count, 2-0. Ryan certainly cannot afford a walk here, which would put the tying run in scoring position. And his 2-0 is ripped through the left side for a base hit. So the Saints, with a response to the Dolphins' 3 spot, they now have 2 on with 1 away.
Good job of hitting there. Nice hold for the hitter between shortstop and third base and took advantage of it. We're going to have a timeout here and a mound visit.
And a pitching change upcoming for the Dolphins. So we'll step aside and take a quick break. When we come back, new pitcher for the College of Staten Island with 1 out in the road half of the 8th inning.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we are back here on CSI Sportsnet. New pitcher for the Dolphins is the left-hander Adam Gonzalez. So the Dolphins go from one lefty to another out of their bullpen. And Gonzalez comes on in a huge spot here with the Dolphins leading by a run. 2 on for the Saints and 1 out.
Joe, as the great Mike Babusky would say, boy, oh boy, we have quite the developing situation here for the Dolphins. It's going to be huge here for Gonzalez to come in here, pound the strike zone, and hopefully get the Dolphins out of it.
Well, we hope Mike is enjoying his trip in Florida. He has called his final game of the season, as he will not be back prior to the end of the 2021 spring season. So we thank Mike for joining us on the air for a couple of broadcasts this year and look forward to rejoining him on Sportsnet later in the fall. The numbers for the new Dolphins pitcher, Adam Gonzalez, entering this game. Across 4 appearances, he has pitched to a 7.5 ERA. He has only thrown 6 innings on the season and has allowed 8 hits, 5 runs, all of those earned. He has walked 4 and struck out 7. The first man he will face will be Renato Quinones. Quinones is 1 for 2 in the game, has grounded out, singled, and laid down a sacrifice bunt. So Quinones will come to the plate with runners on first and second, 1 away. His team trailing by 1. And the first pitch of the game from Gonzalez is down and in for ball 1. And Gonzalez will step off, and we saw the wind cause batters to call time, pitchers to step off. It was a major factor in the pace of play yesterday. However, the pitchers were working so quickly that it didn't matter, and the game came to a close in 2 hours and 15 minutes just ahead of the rain. As that one trickles away from Trancucci, but holding at second is Battaglia.
The wind is howling right now, Joe. If you look at the umpire's pants, you look at the batter's jersey, it is blowing very hard.
Well, it has been a major factor in several plays already throughout the day, specifically pop-ups on the infield and shallow into the outfield. As the 2-0 pitch is in for a called strike 1. So Gonzalez finds the zone for the first time. Looking to work his way back into this at-bat. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. And that's up and away for ball 3. So we saw command issues plague the Saints lefty, Lampman. Now Gonzalez falls behind to the first hitter he faces, 3-1.
We already have some action in the bullpen as Stephen Kalika is getting loose.
Kalika got into yesterday's game as Quinones takes a called strike 2. Count now full on the 6th place hitter for the Saints. Fans beginning to make some noise, trying to will Gonzalez to a punch-out. But instead, he misses down and in for ball 4. That one wasn't close, and the bases are loaded.
Yeah, Joe, when the Saints go marching in, it's going to be a tie game. So let's hope that does not happen here. And let's hope we can get some outs here.
Well, if you're a fan of Dieuville, tying run 90 feet away, and you're hoping that your team can get even as they search for their first win in the East Coast Conference of the season. The Dolphins clinging to a 1-run lead. Nate Mucci is the batter, and he looks at ball 1. Mucci is 0 for 3 in the game. And the 1-0 pitch finds the zone for a called strike, evening up the count at 1.
Nate looking to be great here. Mucci looking to tie the game here for the Saints.
Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And that misses for ball 2. I've said it already during the broadcast, but I'm not sure you're aware, Nick. This Dieuville team comes in with 13 active players. They have as vocal a dugout as we've seen all year.
It reminds you of a women's softball game here on the campus.
Softball team is gathered, and they have been very vocal in the stands to our left, and haven't forgotten yet, much to their credit. Brought a sandwich up here to the booth for me yesterday. Certainly appreciated that. Here comes the 2-2 pitch from Gonzalez, and that is swung on and missed by Mucci for strike 3. So Adam Gonzalez picks up a huge punch out, and the bases remain loaded with 2 away.
Huge pitch there to strike out the opposing batter there in the box, and Dolphins now 1 out away here from getting out of this jam.
We weren't sure we would see Shane Critelli get an at-bat today, but he is a pinch hitter coming on for the Saints. We mentioned Critelli during yesterday's game, left apparently injured after picking up a huge RBI double in the first inning, and now he comes to bat with the bases loaded and is hit by a pitch to tie the game. The first pitch to Critelli gets away from Gonzalez, and we are even at 5.
Well, probably not what Critelli was envisioning there, but he'll take the RBI, and we now have a tie game.
That will bring up Kevin Sanders, the number 9 hitter for Dieuville, now even at 5, and Mike Morrow will come out of the Dolphins dugout. And that will be all for Adam Gonzalez. Stephen Kalika is coming into the game in relief for the second consecutive day as the Dolphins have seen their 1-run lead get away. After this break, Kalika takes the mound for CSI, score even at 5.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service. So is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
You could eat them. They're yours. Don't worry.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. Dolphins and the Saints even at 5. And much like we saw during the previous half inning, the Saints forcing in a pair of runs with the bases loaded. CSI now forces in the tying run with the bases loaded via a hit batter, and that prompts Stephen Kalika entering the game from the CSI bullpen. Kalika, fresh off of an outing in yesterday's game, which lasted 3 innings. He allowed 3 hits and 1 run, facing 13 batters in that game and throwing 53 pitches. So the Dolphins lefty coming on looking for a huge third out.
Yeah, and this is what you have to love about the college game. If this is Major League Baseball and a pitcher threw 3 innings with 53 pitches, there's no chance they'd be pitching the next day.
Absolutely not, Nick. And Kalika looking to pick up a mammoth-sized third out in this inning as the first pitch of his outing finds the inside corner for a called strike one. Kevin Sanders, the batter, he's already struck out twice in this game, has also flown out 0 for 3. And that one off the window in front of the booth. Thankfully not open, Nick.
Good thing the window was closed, Joe, because that one was coming in for all the equipment.
I'm blaming you, Nick. You're a beacon for foul balls. Every time you've been in this booth, we've had troubles. That one's popped up to short, and Cipoletti makes the catch for the third out of the inning. So the Dolphins hold on and remain tied, but the Saints do get even in their half of the eighth. Our score knotted up at 5, heading into the bottom half of inning number 8.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. Our score now even at 5 after the Dolphins score 3 in the bottom half of the 7th. The Saints answer with one more in the top of the 8th. And for CSI, it will be 6, 7, and 8 due up in the home half of inning number 8. Brian Burkhead looking to get things started for CSI as he looks at ball 1. And then a strike on the outside corner evens up the count at 1-1. Burkhead in the game, 1 for 3, reached on a fielder's choice, singled and grounded out. And they will appeal over to first, see if Burkhead swung. I'm not sure the first base umpire would be much help against a lefty ringing him up. And the count now, 2 balls and 1 strike. And that's down and away for ball 3. So Lampman, or I should say Zimian, the new pitcher, as I was in the other room passing along the freshly delivered chicken rolls. But our food is here. A new pitcher is also here for the Saints. And Alex Zimian, yesterday's starter, comes on in relief of Adam Lampman. And that one misses down and in for ball 3.
And Joe, good job here by Burkhead. Seeing a lot of pitches here, giving his teammates a good eye here as the new pitcher has entered the game, as you mentioned.
The count now full on Burkhead, and that one is fouled away.
And that falls right in the stands where nobody's sitting, so if anybody wants a souvenir, it's theirs for the taking.
A lot of souvenirs have been hit out into the bleachers today, and for the first time this season, we've had some spectators assisting the players chasing foul balls as the Dolphins relievers who haven't gotten into the game have been all over the CSI baseball complex this year. As that one is booted over at short for a moment by Mucci. His throw is not in time as the new first baseman, Shane Critelli, couldn't make the scoop either. So
Not Gucci for Mucci there as he bobbles the ball, and the runner is on base here, safe. We'll take the runners however you can get them.
Dolphins absolutely will take it as they have the leadoff man on in the bottom half of the 8th, and that will prompt a conference at the mound. And I doubt we'll see a pitching change after one batter. So the Saints are going to talk strategy ahead of what I presume will be another Dolphins bunt. Also, it will be a pinch hitter upcoming for CSI. Michael Crocco will be the batter. Crocco did get an at-bat in yesterday's game. He went 0 for 1. And we will see if the Saints have an answer to what appears to be, or I should say, will likely be a CSI bunt upcoming, as we have some well wishes from Charles Gomes, who wants us to enjoy those chicken rolls, and I sure will in between games. I love to talk food here on the broadcast sometimes. Can't help myself. As the runner over at first is Burkhead. At the plate is Crocco. Of course, a thank you to Charles, always a loyal viewer and supporter of the broadcast throughout his time here, and now that he's moved on to become the athletic director at Nice High School in Florida. Count 1-0 on Crocco. Came in with very limited plate appearances when he got an at-bat yesterday, and that one's bunted foul. And he was nearly run over by Glinski charging in from third base.
He is playing very, very shallow.
I think that may be what they talked about during that conference at the mound, is they want this bunt played as aggressively as possible to try and perhaps cut down the lead runner, Burkhead. But they're not really checking on him over at first. He can get pretty much whatever lead he wants. As
Glinski tries to barehand that one.
He sure did.
David Wright.
He sure did, and that would be a highlight reel play if Glinski had been able to make it.
His only chance there to catch the ball was barehanded because the ball was to his hand side, not his glove side.
Count 1 ball and 2 strikes on Crocco, who couldn't get the bunt down. And it's likely he will be swinging the bat here. Crocco will step out of the box, and we await the 1-2 pitch. And that 1-2 is off the outside corner, evening up the count at 2. Fans continuing to make noise here at the CSI Baseball Complex, trying to will the Dolphins back in front, as that's chopped right back to the mound. Zimian's throw sails into center field, and everyone is safe.
That ball was totally airmailed. Not even Shaquille O'Neal would have made contact with that.
I'm not sure Manute Bol could have reeled that one down over at second base, the tallest player to ever play in the NBA, though. I think his son may have him surpassed in the height department. Bol. Yes, I don't know. Has he been drafted yet, or is he still in college?
I believe he's on the Nuggets, but I'm not certain.
Yeah, I think he was drafted. I'm not certain either, but
I'll have to get the formula on that to see what his stat protections will be for the rest of the season.
We haven't spoken about that on Sportsnet yet. I'm not sure we could talk gambling, so we'll have to wait, as that one is bunted straight down into the dirt by Verone for strike 1. So it was Crocco pinch hitting for Manzo in the previous at-bat. Now Verone, who came on as a pinch hitter earlier in the game, gets his third plate appearance. And he has a chance now with 2 on and nobody out. Dolphins looking to get back in front after they squandered the lead in the top half of the inning. And Verone is hit by the pitch. Glinski is appealing to the home plate umpire, trying to say that he didn't try and get out of the way, that it hit the bat, but that's to no avail, as once again the Dolphins have the bases loaded.
And Glinski there, he almost ends up in his team's on-deck circle there, charging on the bunts. So we'll see what happens here, Joe. I would assume the bunt would not be on. I don't think we're going to be seeing a suicide squeeze here.
Well, you have to think that they spoke about how aggressively they wanted Glinski to play these bunts during that conference, because he has been all over the ball as soon as it's bunted. Dolphins haven't had to lay down a bunt to get 2 men aboard after the leadoff walk of Burkhead, or I should say the leadoff reaching on an error by Burkhead, and a second error put 2 on, and now Cipoletti has a chance with the bases loaded, ahead in the count 1-0, looking to put CSI back in front. Long look in from Simeon as Cipoletti awaits the 1-0 and takes a called strike 1.
The Saints, of course, playing in here for the play at the plate.
If the Dolphins manage to score here, they will be 3 outs away from a second straight victory.
It's worth noting, Joe, the Dolphins have not lost a game with fans in the stands this season.
They have not. You're right, Nick. Make no mistake about it. Though I'm not sure if you count CSI softball as spectators. If you do, the Dolphins are 1-0 with supporters in the stands as softball made their way into the bleachers yesterday.
Undefeated.
Yep. Two balls and 2 strikes to count on Nick Cipoletti. Simeon looking for a huge punch out. Cipoletti looking for a huge hit. And he takes ball 3. Nowhere to put him. Payoff pitch upcoming. Thomas Martin would be next. Here comes the 3-2. And that is swung on and missed for strike 3. As Simeon comes up and in with a fastball and powers it by Cipoletti for a huge first out.
Huge pitch there. Attacking the hitter. You had the number 9 hitter. Need to get that out there before the Dolphins turned over to the top of the order right here.
Well, Thomas Martin, one of CSI's leading hitters, and I'm not sure there's a man the Dolphins would rather have at the plate in a bases-loaded situation at this point in the season. As Martin looks at high for ball 1. Martin is 2 for 3 in the game with a pair of singles, has also drawn a walk, and a walk would get the job done right here. As you said before, Nick, as good as a hit in this bases-loaded situation. And Martin will ask for time and get it as he looks over towards third base, perhaps getting some signs from Mike Morrow. We await the 1-0 pitch from Alex Simeon. And that is fouled straight back into the screen. Shendi Ulaj has been as much of a supporter as many of the fans in the stands. He has been very active and trying to pump up the crowd and energizing his teammates. He stands in the on-deck circle as Martin looks at high for ball 2. Comes the 2-1, and that's it in the air toward the right field line. If it's fair, it's trouble, and that is a foul ball.
Well, they always say for the umpires it's angle over distance, and there I'm not exactly sure if the angle was great, but the home plate umpire vehemently, right away off the bat, ran out there and called that one foul.
What did you think, Nick?
From our angle, it looked fair.
It sure did. Joe couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it, but it's impossible to see the line out there in right field from where we are. So maybe the umpire had a perspective that we don't. his view not much better than us behind home plate. As the count is 2-2, and Martin swings through that pitch for strike 3. So following the benefit of that last call, Semien picks up another huge strikeout.
Well, huge strikeout there, and I can tell you this, Joe, in between games, Joe is going to do a great job out there painting those lines in extra thick so the umpires could see them.
That's a great point, Nick, as Joe is responsible for engineering. He provided some commentary. He painted the lines.
He's a Joe of all trades.
Yep. We pride ourselves on being able to multitask and being proficient in many things here on CSI Sportsnet. As that's hit out towards straightaway center, Leem with a chance to bring this inning to a close, and he can't make the catch, as that will clear the bases. A 3-run error committed by Alex Leem in center field. He could not make the catch against the sun and against the wind. The elements yielding the Dolphins 3 runs. They now have an 8-5 lead.
Yeah, Leem was leaning in there. Tough play there with the wind at the end. Sun coming into play. And you know what they say, Joe, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And right there, the Dolphins were lucky. They'll take the runs however they can get them. Up here, 8-5.
CSI softball practicing the wave right now in the stands as the Dolphins are now in front by 3 runs. Pitching change on the other side of this break. Our score 8-5 in the bottom half of the 8th.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. The Dolphins now leading by 3. And just to recap what transpired over the last couple of minutes, with the bases loaded and 1 out, Thomas Martin was at the plate. He hit one down the right field line that appeared to land fair, the home plate umpire emphatically ruling foul. So that denied the Dolphins at least 2 runs, maybe 3. Martin then proceeded to strike out on the next pitch for the second out of the inning. Then, with the bases loaded still, coming to the plate was Shendi Ulaj. Ulaj hit one out to straightaway center. Alex Leem, the Saints center fielder, clearly struggling against the sun and against the wind, had the ball hit off his glove as he reached out to the side to try and make the catch. And as you mentioned, Nick, Leem was leaning, trying to make that catch, couldn't make the play.
Joe, I don't know if it applies in baseball, but you know what they say in basketball? Ball don't lie.
Well, you can clearly see where Nick and I stand on that previous call down the right field line. We thought it was a fair ball. All of the spectators thought it was a fair ball. Of course, the Dolphins thought it was a fair ball as well, but it doesn't matter what we think as the home plate umpire ruled foul. Either way, 3 runs come home for the Dolphins. They now lead 8-5, and Peter Lombardo will look to add at least 1 more with a runner in scoring position at second. That is Shendi Ulaj. He evades that ground ball. And the throw over to first from the new shortstop, Jeremy Glinsky, in time. So Nate Mucci, who moved from shortstop to the mound, faces 1 batter and retires Peter Lombardo, bringing the 8th inning to a close. The Dolphins ahead, 8-5, heading into the 9th.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet with 3 final Mother's Day shout-outs from our CSI players to their mothers watching at home. First, yesterday's starting pitcher, Nick Metzger, to his mother, Denise Metzger, says, "Happy Mother's Day. I love you." From John Esposito to Marianne Esposito, he says, "Thank you, Mom. Couldn't have done it without you. Hashtag from here." And our final Mother's Day shout-out comes from Nick Campisi to Lucretia Campisi, and Nick says, "Hey Mom, I wanted to wish you a happy Mother's Day and thank you for being such an important person in my life. Enjoy your Mother's Day. I love you, Mom." And in case my mom is watching, I want to say a happy Mother's Day to my mother watching at home. And for those who go through bulking and cutting phases, they'll understand this. She makes me feel like I'm still big while I'm cutting. It makes me feel like a pro on the mic when I call these games, and all around a great person who makes me feel great about myself. So happy Mother's Day, Mom. As we get set for the top half of the 9th inning, it will be the top of the order coming to the plate for D'Youville. And very quickly, Mateo Santos is ahead in the count 3-0. And Kalika finds the zone for the first time, as that's in for a called strike 1. Unsurprisingly, Santos taking all the way, and he fouls that one straight back for strike 2. Well, if you heard the D'Youville dugout over the microphones, they're saying, "We don't quit." And they have shown no quit over the last couple of days as Santos falls to a knee, swinging through that pitch for strike 3.
Nice job here by Kalika to get back out there for his second inning here. Not always easy to sit down after coming to relief and then going back out there.
So Kalika picks up the first out in the 9th inning, and his first pitch to Jeremy Glinsky sails high for ball 1. Glinsky 2 for 4 in the game with a triple and a single, as once again Kalika falls behind a hitter 2-0. Glinsky taking all the way there, looks at strike 1. And that one is fouled into the parking lot as Nick takes a concerned look over towards the lot. And you had an unfortunate delay ahead of your arrival today, as that's pulled down the line and into left field for a base hit. That is Glinsky's 3rd hit of the game, as he decides late to advance to second and will slide in safely with a 1-out double.
Yeah, good job there by Glinsky, noticing that the ball was yet to be picked up, turns it on late, easily in there for a double. And yes, Joe, unfortunately with the big windstorm this morning, I went outside and my wife's car was shattered to pieces almost as far as the front window goes. A tree branch went right through it, so very happy that that foul ball did not hit my vehicle, because that would have been quite the unlucky day.
You might want to move it ahead of the second game if you're in that front row or one of the first 2 rows, as the first pitch to Alex Zimian is fouled back, and I'm not sure if that hit the window in the room to our left, but it was awfully close. Nick, I said it before, you've been a beacon for foul balls up here in the booth. The ball just seems to find us whenever you make your way in. 0-1 the count on Zimian, and that's hit out toward left center field. Falling fast, it's down for a base hit. So the Saints will get the tying run to the plate in an 8-5 game. Runners now on the corners with 1 out.
Kalika really needs to batten down the hatches here, but Joe, it looks like we do have some action in the Dolphins bullpen.
We are going to set up our in-booth camera for game 2, but it's Michael DeForty in the Dolphins bullpen right now with 1 out in the 9th inning. And the batter, Josh Battaglia, takes a called strike one.
Now, what's important here for the Dolphins is to remember that these 2 runners on base do not matter.
And that's often forgotten as that's hit to shallow right. And I think that's a new right fielder, Michael Crocco, who gets underneath it. Crocco came on to pinch hit and remained in the game out in right field. So Crocco makes the catch for out number 2. Deauville now down to their final out. And with a chance to perhaps atone for that error, Alex Leem comes to the plate.
Surprised Glinsky there did not tag up, but when trailing by 3, it's fine to play station to station.
Well, as you said, Nick, those 2 runners on base don't matter. It is the run at the plate that counts right now. As once again, the Saints have out-hit the Dolphins on the day. They out-hit CSI yesterday and came up short. I think the Saints expected the Dolphins to be indifferent and allow Simeon to take second. Simeon didn't slide. The fans thought that the runner was tagged out. Joe thought the runner was tagged out. I couldn't believe the runner was stealing. What are your thoughts, Nick?
I say, I wish we can go to Chelsea for a review.
We do have a replay desk right next to us if he wants to cue that up maybe, but Joe is engrossed in the action right now, so I'm not sure we're getting a replay. As that's hit toward the middle, Ulaj gets there and makes the play, his throw in time for the final out of the game as the Dolphins hold on to win by 3. Our final score 8-5, and Deauville will have one more chance at their first ECC victory against this CSI team coming up in about 30 minutes. But for the Dolphins, our final line, 8 runs on 6 hits, no errors. For Deauville, 5 runs on 11 hits and 5 costly errors in this game. The big one coming in the 8th inning. Alex Leem dropping that fly ball out in center field, allowing 3 runs to score, which put the Dolphins in front. Nick Durst will have the call in Game 2 when we come back on CSI Sportsnet. Rejoin us in approximately 30 minutes for Game 2, Dolphins and Saints, here on the ECC Network. Live from the CSI Baseball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet presents NCAA Division II baseball coverage, Game 2 of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader between the Saints of Deauville College and the College of Staten Island Dolphins. Welcome back to CSI Sportsnet coverage of today's ECC doubleheader. This is Joe Foreman alongside Nick Durst. We should be rejoined by Joe Masha in the booth shortly as he makes his way in and will take the seat to my right in just a few moments. If you're just joining us for today's Game 2, the Dolphins picked up the win in Game 1, a costly error late in that game by the Saints, plating 3 runs for the College of Staten Island in the bottom half of the 8th inning. That was the difference as the Dolphins won Game 1 by a final score of 8-5. And Nick, you arrived a bit later in Game 1. What are some of your takeaways from the first game of the day?
Well, I mean, I'm a good luck charm. That's the main takeaway. No, but in all seriousness there, the Dolphins, they had the bases loaded in 2 innings, and they capitalized in both innings. They first tied the game, then they later took the lead, then they were down again, they took the lead again. So excellent job there by the Dolphins. Wasn't exactly, line drive single or double on the gap, but they got the job done, and that was important. And we noted it earlier, and I think there is a big factor here. The crowd was tremendous in Game 1, and it really motivated the Dolphins and led them to victory.
The crowd certainly played a role in our first game of the day, and they were making noise throughout all of Game 1, as it's great to have the fans back. We heard them pounding on the bleachers, cheering, and really willing the Dolphins back into that game because the Dolphins were trailing early by a score of 3-0. They worked their way back and ultimately pick up an 8-5 win. As the first pitch of Game 2 from Sal Trancucci finds the zone for a called strike 1, and we are underway. Leading things off is Nate Mucci, and after this at bat, I'll give you the entire lineup that Sal Trancucci will face for the Deauville College Saints. And very quickly, Trancucci picks up a 3-pitch strikeout to open up the game, and Mucci is sent back to the dugout looking. So the rest of the lineup very quickly for the Saints. Batting second is the catcher Jeremy Glinsky. Batting third, the second baseman Alex Zimian. In the cleanup spot is the left fielder Josh Battaglia. Batting fifth is the first baseman Shane Critelli. Batting sixth is the third baseman Renato Quinones. Batting seventh and playing center field Alex Leem. Batting eighth, designated hitter Mateo Santos. And batting ninth, the right fielder Kevin Sanders.
Trancucci got Mucci there. No problem. 3 pitches.
Nicely done by Sal as you come up with another clever rhyme. Your second of the day already, Nick. We appreciate that here in the booth always. As our statistician Sal Caruso, who called the action with me last weekend, tries to take credit for it. And that one misses off the outside corner. And now it's 3-0 on Glinsky. And Glinsky looks at a called strike on that 3-0 pitch.
So 3 straight strikes, 3 straight balls, and now a strike, and it's 3-1.
And the 3-1 pitch is fouled back, and the count goes full. Payoff pitch upcoming from Sal Trancucci. And the 3-2 pitch is fouled away once again. The numbers on the season for Sal Trancucci are as follows. He leads the Dolphins with a 5.11 ERA. Has a record of 2-1 as he issues the walk to Glinsky here. He's appeared in 3 games, 2 of those starts. This appearance number 4 and start number 3. In 12 and a third innings, he's allowed 15 base hits, 11 runs, 7 of those earned. He has walked 3 and struck out 15. His 5.11 ERA does lead this Dolphins team. Alex Zimian will be the batter. And Glinsky wastes no time taking off for second. I mentioned his stolen base prowess during Game 1, and he quickly swipes a bag early here in Game 2.
Yeah, we saw Glinsky at the end of Game 1 lug it out for a double. Good base runner, and we've seen him all over the field today. Saw him at third, playing the bunt in, very shallow, moving all around. Played shortstop to end Game 1, and now he's catching.
Well, Nick, I think I read my starting lineup off the wrong printout, as that swung on and missed for strike 2 by Alex Zimian. We have so much paperwork here on the commentary desk. I should just toss this behind me in the trash, as I may have to go through that lineup yet again. Joe's having a good laugh at my expense. But
it was Earth Day last week.
We'll recycle that paper. I'll be sure of it.
I mean, in your defense, Joe, we did have 3 games going on in the past couple days.
We'll have to work on Joe's audio, as I did not hear him coming through on the headset, but the count 1 ball and 2 strikes on Alex Zimian, and he fouls that pitch back. One ball and 2 strikes the count, and the pitch to Zimian is hit toward the right side. Ulaj is there, and his throw over to first in time for out number 2.
Good job here so far by Trancucci to get around Glinsky's walk and quick stolen base.
Okay, so taking a look at the lineup, most of it is the same as what I said before. But Nate Mucci led off, as we've already seen. Jeremy Glinsky behind him. Alex Zimian batting third. Josh Battaglia is the cleanup hitter. He's at the plate right now. Shane Critelli is batting fifth. Renato Quinones bats sixth. Alex Leem bats seventh. Mateo Santos bats eighth, and Kevin Sanders bats ninth. So I think the only change is that Mucci is leading off and Santos moves down to eighth. As we do have Joe's audio up and running, so welcome to the broadcast, Joe, our engineer and third voice on the call.
Happy to be here.
As that is swung on and missed for strike 2 by Battaglia.
And anyone who was watching in between games, we saw Joe put on an absolute clinic out on the field, getting it ready here for Game 2.
Joe, I still can't see those lines down in right field.
Didn't have enough time.
As that one is in for a called strike 3. So hopefully no more controversial calls along the chalk line And for the Dolphins, they strand a runner on base in the top half of the first, no score, heading into the bottom half of inning number 1 when we come back.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we are back here on CSI Sportsnet. Bottom half of the first inning about to get started from the CSI Baseball Complex. Joe Foreman alongside Joe Masha and Nick Durst on the call as we welcome you into the College of Staten Island for Game 2 of today's doubleheader between the College of Staten Island and D'Youville College. Ahead of the bottom half of the first inning, we will bring you the starting lineup that Adam Lampman will face for the College of Staten Island, and leading things off will be the designated hitter, Thomas Martin. Batting second is the second baseman, Shendi Ulaj. Batting third is the first baseman, Peter Lombardo. In the cleanup spot is the third baseman, Angel Santiago. Batting fifth is the center fielder, Brian Burkhead. Batting sixth is the left fielder, Louis Mandil. Batting seventh is the catcher, Alan Morell. Batting eighth is the right fielder, Jack Verone. And batting ninth is the shortstop, Nick Cipoletti.
Lampman on the mound here. He came in relief in Game 1, pitched 2/3 of an inning, walked 2 batters, but did not give up any runs. And a rarity here, maybe not in college baseball though, to see a reliever in Game 1 of a doubleheader start Game 2.
Numbers on the season for Lampman entering the weekend. These do not include the numbers for Game 1. He has pitched to an 8.94 ERA, a record of 0-8. He has appeared in 9 games, 8 of those starts, so he's not accustomed to coming out of the bullpen. In 46 1/3 innings, he's allowed 80 hits, 55 runs, 46 of those earned. He has walked 16 and struck out 39. First man he will face is Thomas Martin, CSI designated hitter. And Martin looks at ball 1. And that one is chopped foul, which evens up the count at 1.
Joe, you were down there between games. How's the wind right now?
It's actually a lot better than it was before the start of the first game. It has calmed down a little bit.
No, it's an easy day for me to broadcast because if I just say Joe, at least somebody's going to answer.
Well, we know only one of us was leaving the booth. I don't leave the booth in between games. Not my thing. Typically when there's food up here, comes the 1-2 pitch, and that's down and in for ball 2. Two balls and 2 strikes the count on Thomas Martin. And that one bends around the outside corner for ball 3. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And that misses for ball 4. So it's a leadoff walk from Martin, and the Dolphins have an early base runner.
No bomb from Tom, but Tom getting things started here very easily for the Dolphins with a nice walk, and he hustles down to first base.
Your rhyming game has been on point so far, Nick. I'm not sure I can keep up, though.
Swish and addition.
It's not typically my thing. We have Clydeisms and Durstisms now. unless you prefer Nickism. I thought Durstism had a better ring to
Well,
it.
Durst is usually first, but for this inning, Martin was first to let off at a walk.
I concede. As the first pitch to Shendi Ulaj misses for ball 1. And that's off the inside corner for ball 2. So Ulaj quickly ahead in the count, 2-0. Lampman paying close attention to the runner at first. That is Martin, as Ulaj takes on the outside corner for a called strike.
Martin getting a nice sized lead over there at first base.
As that one's fouled away, and I mentioned it to Joe during game 1. The Dolphins have been as active on the base paths as we have seen them all season long during these 2 games against Uville. Two balls and 2 strikes the count on Shendi Ulaj. And that is on the outside corner for a called strike 3. So Ulaj goes down, looking at a breaking ball on the black for the first out.
Good pitch there. And Shendi caught looking there, was not happy with the call.
Peter Lombardo is the batter. Lombardo 1 for 4 with 3 runs batted in during game 1.
So, Nick, I'm not sure. Has Joe asked you your opinion on the Dolphins' uniforms, the color schemes today?
He did not, but I'll say this after this pitch. I'll give my opinion. What I will say, Joe's, is that the Dolphins have not lost this season wearing pink.
Okay. But what do you think about the blue pants?
I don't think the blue
As
pants.
a fashion
I don't
sense.
think the blue pants go with the pink jerseys. What do you think?
We're all in agreement.
Yeah.
We're all in agreement on that, but I'm not sure if you were aware. I did mention it during the previous game. I'm not sure if you were up here yet or not, but they are wearing the pink uniforms in celebration of Mother's Day 1 week early, as I was reading off some of the players' shout-outs to their mothers late during game 1 and throughout the game, but you caught the tail end of those shout-outs as the 1-2 pitch to Lombardo is chopped off the glove of Critelli. No one covering first yet. Lampman gets there just in time to beat Lombardo to the bag for out number 2.
Good job there by Lampman. At first, he was not getting off the mound, but used his speed there to recover to get over there for the out.
So the Dolphins have a runner in scoring position with 2 away, and Angel Santiago is the batter.
Joe, I think as far as the pants go, pink might have been a little too much, but I think black would have went a lot better.
They used to wear black. I believe last season we were just talking about that. They did have black pants on with these uniforms.
They sure did, as we have photo evidence from years of the Grace Hillary Breast Cancer Awareness Game. Unfortunately, could not host an event that large this year. Hopefully next year will allow us to bring it back as we welcome fans into the CSI Baseball Complex for the first time this season today. Want to know the count on Angel Santiago. He was officially 0 for 1 in game 1, drew 2 walks. One of those resulted in an RBI. Count even at 1 on the Dolphins cleanup hitter. Martin, the runner at second, 2 outs in the bottom half of the first. And that's hit right to the shortstop, Mucci, who makes the catch for the final out of the inning. So the Dolphins strand a runner in scoring position in their half of the first. Scoreless through 1 here at the CSI Baseball Complex on the EC.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here on the ECC Network. No score through one inning of play. This game 2 of a doubleheader, so it is scheduled for 7 here on this Saturday afternoon. Dolphins took game 1 by a score of 8-5 following a bases clearing error in the bottom half of the 8th inning, which plated 3 runs. Those 3 runs ultimately the difference in the game. Our final score 8-5 as Shane Critelli swings through the first pitch of the 2nd inning from Sal Trancucci for strike 1. That one is fouled back over the press box, and Critelli is quickly in a 2-strike hole.
Critelli getting the start here, Joe, after coming off the bench in game 1 due to injury.
Was credited with an RBI in game 1, and he got it the hard way as he took a pitch off the back, and with the bases loaded, that brought a run home. At that time, it was the tying run, which evened the score at 5, but as I mentioned, it was a bases clearing error that doomed the Saints in game 1. And keeping with the theme of your rhyming, Nick, it was doom and gloom for D'Youville College following that drop pop-up in center field, though. Leem had a shot at redemption at the plate and couldn't come through as the tying run at the dish. And Critelli goes down swinging for the first out here in the 2nd.
Good to see that Leem is in the lineup here in game 2. Probably very down to his confidence right now, unfortunately, but the head coach showing a good leap of faith here to allow him to start game 2.
Unfortunately for D'Youville, they might not have much of a choice as they only have 13 players available, and who knows how many of them are only pitchers that don't typically play in the field. Taking a look at the lineups from the last 2 days, I think they've only used 9 different position players. Maybe 10. Yeah, I think 10 with Zimian getting out into the field. Yesterday, Sanders came off the bench as a 9th position player, and then Zimian getting action on the infield today, so that makes 10. As the 0-2 pitch misses just outside to Quinones. Renato Quinones in game 1 was 1 of 2. Also drew a walk as he slices that one foul, and CSI softball showing no interest in chasing that foul ball.
Oh, there goes one.
One ball and 2 strikes the count, and that's grounded towards first, fielded in foul territory by Lombardo. The count remains 1-2. Quinones staying alive as he chops yet another one foul.
That ball almost hit Quinones there, so yes, good job by him to get out of the way by using his bat to chop a foul.
That's one way to stay alive as that one is hit out towards shallow center. Charging is Burkhead. He stopped about halfway in and then had to finish that play with a slide, but he makes the catch, and that retires Quinones for out number 2.
So you could see now the last 2 balls hit the center field. That one right there and the one to Leem that ended the game essentially for the Saints in game 1. The wind is blowing like crazy out there in center field. Not easy to catch routine pop flies.
The tarping over the batter's eye has not stopped moving all day, as you can see it rippling at the bottom there where there is some fraying in that black tarp over the batter's eye in center field as Alex Leem is the batter. And Leem hits one out to left center, hits it well. Burkhead chasing it back into the left center field gap, and he makes the catch for the final out of the inning. So it's a 1-2-3 inning for Sal Trancucci on the mound, his first of the game, and the Dolphins will come to bat in a scoreless game when we return from this break.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we're back here from the CSI Baseball Complex. No score heading into the bottom half of inning number 2. But for the Dolphins, they do pick up their first base hit in the game during the first inning, much sooner than they recorded their first hit in game number 1. It took them nearly 5 full innings to record a hit during the first game of the day. But fortunately for them, that didn't stop them from picking up the 8-5 victory, despite being out hit 11-6 in game 1.
So good job there to end that last half inning by Burkhead tracking that ball in the left center field gap, getting under it, and the wind not playing any role there as he's able to make the catch.
Well, fortunately for him, if anything, the wind helped him. It didn't hurt him. As we've seen balls hit to right field, those have been an adventure. And we saw it early in the first game, Joe. The ball hit out into that right field corner. One went over the head of Thomas Joyce. Another one nearly got over the head of Kevin Sanders, the right fielder for the Saints. It's been really tough out there in right field. In left and left center, the wind knocking it down instead of forcing that ball out toward the wall.
And how often do you see it, Joe? Player makes a big catch and he leads off the next inning.
Yep.
Always seems to play out that way, as Brian Burkhead will be the batter. He's quickly in a 2-strike hole. Lefty against lefty as Lampman gets set to deliver the 0-2 pitch, and that one's lofted out into shallow right center by Burkhead, who was way out in front, but that's how you do it when you catch yourself off balance, throw the front hand out and try and poke that ball into the outfield. That's just what he did.
Sometimes that's all you need to do, and hit it where nobody is. That's what he did. Easy single for Burkhead.
That will bring up Louis Mandiel. As that one's bunted foul and into the Saints dugout by Louis Mandiel. Mandiel in game 1 only had one official plate appearance. He was 0 for 1. The Dolphins began to clear their bench relatively early in the first game. Made several substitutions in the middle innings as Mandiel pulls the bunt back and takes a called strike 2. Mandiel taking a look over towards Mike Morrow in the third base coaching box for the signs. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. That's hit well out toward the left center field gap. Giving chase is Leam, and he gets there to make the grab on the run, and he made that one look easy. And that was a much tougher play than the one that was botched in game 1. And we haven't seen many routine plays in the outfield today, but that one appeared as routine as they come. That will bring up Alan Morrell, Dolphins catcher. He gets the starting nod with the everyday catcher Sal Trancucci on the mound. And Morrell looks it up and away for ball 1. Morrell entered yesterday's game an even 200 batting, 3 of 15 on the season. And he swings through that off-speed pitch for strike 1. One ball, 1 strike, and 1 out. 1 man on for the Dolphins in their half of the second. And Morel chops that one foul down the third baseline. One ball and 2 strikes the count on the Dolphins catcher. Jack Verone stands on deck. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. And that's hit well out to left field, initially breaking in, but then moving back was Battaglia to make the catch for the second out.
Nice job there by Battaglia to stick with it. Ball ended up tailing a little bit there with the wind, but no problem for him as he's able to camp under it to record the out.
So a pair of flyouts for the Dolphins to put 2 outs up on the scoreboard in the bottom half of the second, and it will be left to Jack Verone. Verone came in as a substitute in Game 1, gets the start in Game 2 against the left-handed starting pitcher. He's ahead in the count here, 1-0. And the runner is going on the pitch. Throw to second, not in time. And Burkhead steals the base.
Ball just arrived a little too late there for Gucci to apply the tag. Mucci to apply the tag, excuse me.
Well, those rhymes catching up to you, Nick. Rhyming Mucci with Gucci in Game 1. And we have Trancucci on the mound for the Dolphins. Need to be careful, as that one's on the inside corner for a called strike 1. Verone entered the weekend hitting .250, 6 of 24. Had only appeared in 8 games going into yesterday's single matchup between these two teams. And the 2-1 pitch is in for a called strike 2. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Brian Burkhead stands on second base. And that one's popped up on the infield. Critelli coming in, and he makes the basket catch in foul territory for the third out of the inning. Dolphins once again strand a runner in scoring position. Still no score through 2 here on the ECC Network.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we're back on the ECC Network just in time for the first pitch of the third inning, as that misses up high for ball 1. The designated hitter for the Saints, Mateo Santos at the plate, as Sal Trancucci deals strike 1, working very quickly, much like we saw from Stephen Kalika out of the CSI bullpen yesterday, and Trancucci quickly fires ball 2, and our statistician Sal Caruso loves it, as the count runs to 2 balls and 1 strike. And that finds the outside corner for strike 2. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Trancucci. And that is swung on and missed for strike 3. So Santos goes down swinging for the first out in the third inning. That will bring up Kevin Sanders, the right fielder for D'Youville. Sanders came on late in yesterday's game and was 0 for 4 in game 1 today. And he swings through the first pitch from Trancucci for strike 1. And the 0-1 is hit out toward left center. Burkhead giving chase. And he makes a great catch as he falls down and rolls across the left center field grass. What a play.
Great job, though, by Burkhead to get to that ball. And definitely beneficial there that he's a lefty, able to reach out for that with all of his length there to catch the ball.
That's a great point, Nick, because I was thinking the same thing. If the glove were on the opposite hand, certainly not a play that gets any easier. And probably a much more difficult play to make if he's able to make it at all. And now it's back to the top of the order for D'Youville with Nate Mucci at the plate.
Definitely helped Burkhead there, being 6'1".
As Mucci looks at a called strike 1. And the 1-1 pitch is fouled straight back for strike 2. Trancucci looking to make it a very quick top half of the third inning as he recorded the first 2 outs very swiftly, and that misses down and in for ball 2. Here comes the 2-2 pitch from Trancucci, and that's fought off foul.
That one's headed for all those trees that'll soon be planted right here next to the baseball complex.
Not soon enough, as right now we just have a bunch of trees in pots laying strewn across the walkway behind our press box, and that one's chopped over to short by Mucci. Cipoletti makes a strong throw right on target to Lombardo at first for the third out of the inning. Saints go down 1-2-3 very quickly in the top half of the third. Still no score when the Dolphins come to bat in the home half of the third after this break.
Idea up to, and you got to get in the shot.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. And for the first time today, we welcome you into the broadcast booth. Joe Foreman alongside Nick Durst and Joe Masha. Joe is seated to our right, unfortunately outside of the camera shot, but he is responsible for placing each shot on the screen throughout the day. And we're proud to welcome you into our booth for the first time. Unfortunately, a bit unkempt right now, but
and there's Sal behind us.
Sal just couldn't help himself. Had to get into the shot.
He wants the screen time, and I think we got to give some screen time to your sandwich here, Joe, because you are eating this tremendous sandwich right here, right next to us, and it looks very good.
I would raise it up into the camera, but that's free advertising. Dave warned me against that, though. This might be from one of our sponsors, so I think that's okay. But either way,
sandwich is presented by the CSI, the Dolphin Pod, which you can check out each week.
You certainly can check out the Dolphin Pod every Friday at CSIDolphins.com. I believe their most recent interview was with Samantha McPherson of CSI Dolphins Softball. May have been one more broadcast on the Dolphin Pod since then, as Sal fills me in on the left. So there was another episode last week. I believe it was focused on track and field, if I'm not mistaken. Swimming and esports. So I am completely wrong, and I haven't kept up with my Dolphin Pod. So that's my mistake, as it will be Nick Cipoletti to lead things off for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the third inning. Cipoletti in the early game was 1 for 3 with a run scored. And he chops one back out towards the mound, fielded by Lampman. His throw right on target to Critelli for out number 1.
Joe, you've seen every game this season. When did it become a trend here to try to bunt for a hit? I'm noticing a lot here and with softball as well.
I wish we were still on the in-booth camera, Nick, because if you could see the look on my face when these bunts are laid down by the 2, 3, and 4 hitters, it is one of pure disgust, to be completely honest. And I think in terms of pure entertainment value, the game suffers for it. Strategically, I think I can understand the decision. I don't necessarily like it most of the time. I think in softball, it's much more reasonable. I think in softball, chopping the ball and slapping the ball around the infield in an attempt to pick up a hit is a much more prominent part of the game. But in baseball, you have guys hitting in the 2, 3, and 4 spots for a reason, and that reason is not to bunt, as Thomas Martin just squeaks one through the right side of the infield for a 1-out single.
Martin now on base twice here to start the game, a walk and a single. Now, Joe, you're very involved with Little League here on Staten Island. Have you been seeing that coaches are teaching or preaching to their players to bunt?
It's actually hard to find a good coach in Little League, so teaching is kind of at a minimal. But only the old school coaches that have been coaching for a while teach the bunt.
Shendi Ulaj will be the batter, and that one's fouled over the press box out of play. So not necessarily a ringing endorsement of the coaches that are mentoring our young student athletes, potential future Dolphins. As the 0-1 pitch to Ulaj is on the outside corner for a called strike 2. Latman checking in on Martin at first. And the 1-1 pitch, or I should say the 0-2 pitch, chopped to third. That throw a bit high, but fortunately for the Saints, that's Shane Critelli over there at first base. And he's more than tall enough to bring that one down.
Critelli does a good job there stretching, using all of his height there to grab that one.
And that will bring Peter Lombardo to the plate.
Now, Quinones there bobbled it a bit, so they were unable to get the double play here. So we'll see if the Dolphins are able to capitalize here with Lombardo at the dish.
Well, I mentioned the big game one for Lombardo with 3 RBIs. Only 1 for 4 in the game. Lombardo has been in and out of the Dolphins lineup this season. It's been a fixture these last couple of days. And the pitch from Lampman is down low for ball 1. Dolphins have had their opportunities early in this game. Runner in scoring position each of the last 2 innings. And that's pulled toward the left side, backhanded by Mucci. His throw to first in time. Nice stretch by Critelli, who keeps his foot anchored to the bag, and that seems to be his specialty over there at first base, reining in those difficult throws and keeping that foot on the bag. That retires the Dolphins, who strand 1 in scoring position heading into the 3rd inning, or I should say, through 3. No score here on the ECC Network.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here on the ECC Network. Still no score between the Dolphins and the Saints in this game 2 of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader. For the Dolphins, they have 3 hits in the game, have stranded a runner in scoring position twice, but still looking to crack the run column for the first time today. As Jeremy Glinsky leads things off for DeUville and looks at a called strike 1. And that one's hit hard and past the diving Cipoletti into left center for a leadoff base hit as Glinski continues to hit the ball very well.
Glinski now on base twice here. Last time he got on, of course, he did steal the base, so we'll see if he's looking to move here quickly.
That will bring Alex Zimian to the plate. Glinski and Zimian have really led the way for D'Youville offensively over the last couple of days. Two bats they've been relying upon heavily. They combined to go 6 of 10 in Game 1, each going 3 for 5. They drove in a combined 3 runs as well. And I cannot imagine that the Dolphins will take their eyes off Glinski at any point during this half inning. He has shown that every time he gets on base, he is looking to run. There he goes. And that one's hit out toward left center, falling fast. That is down for a base hit. Good read by Glinski, who moves forward to third, and he had a great look at where that ball was falling from over at second base and was able to make the read quickly.
Glinski gliding from first to third there. Great running there. I don't know if it was a design hit and run, but it did work out.
Given Glinski's propensity for the stolen base, I would guess it was not a hit and run, but I could be completely wrong, as whenever I talk strategy, I seem to be a bit off and out of touch with where the game is today. And
Joe, they teach hit and run in Little League, or the coaches?
Some of them do teach that. Yeah, that's a pretty Little League play, if I must say so.
I'm not sure if that's a compliment of the strategy or a critique, as hit by that pitch is Josh Battaglia. He will take first base, and now the Saints have the bases loaded for Shane Critelli. Yesterday, Critelli had 4 at-bats. He came to the plate with 2 men on, 1 on, and then 2 on again. And today comes to the plate with the bases loaded for the second time. He's able to hold the swing back there as he takes ball 1. Saints have scored first in each of the first 2 games between these two teams over the last 2 days. Led 3-0 yesterday and 4-0 in Game 1 today. It's a hitter's count here for Critelli, 2-0. And that fastball from Trancucci is swung on and missed as Critelli made a grand slam bid with that swing. We might as well mic up Sal Caruso as well, with him seated to our left, providing his input.
Sal loves Sal. Sal's got to stick together.
We have a Sal on the mound, a Sal up here in the commentary booth on stats. We have 2 Joes on the call, Masha and Foreman, alongside Nick Durst.
I think we got to put the other camera just on Sal.
If we had a stats cam, that would be quite the addition to the broadcast. You know, I'm not sure I can provide another camera and another tripod for the booth, but we do have one more HDMI slot empty. As the count has run full on Critelli, the 3-2 pitch on its way, and that's ripped into left field for a base hit. 2 runs will come in to score. Heading over to third and sliding in safely is Battaglia. It's a 2 RBI single for Shane Critelli, and the Saints are out in front early, 2-0.
Great job of hitting that by Critelli. Previous pitch nearly hit him, which would have been the second time he got hit today, but rips that one to left field, and 2 runs come in to score easily.
I guess I'm a bit mistaken. It's not actually that early in this game. We're at about the midway point. This game's scheduled for 7 innings.
Just like in the majors.
Don't remind me. As we have runners on the corners, nobody out for the Saints. Trancucci has run into some trouble here in the 4th inning.
A surprising pickoff move there to Critelli, who is certainly not looking to steal here.
Don't be so certain, Nick. It's 1st and 3rd. As early in Game 1, Joe and I were talking about it when it happened. I was in complete disbelief. With runners on the corners, they sent the runner over to second. 2 outs, runners on the corners. The runner attempted to steal second. Trancucci made a throw, and he has a great arm, so they could easily throw back home and get the runner at the plate if he does decide to take off for home. Well, the Dolphins decided to engage in the rundown instead between first and second, and the base runner just waited in between first and second base until the run came home to score before being tagged out. And I couldn't believe the Dolphins allowed that to happen, but we'll see how they play this one with nobody out and runners on the corners. Critelli stays put, and that's it out to straightaway right. Shielding his eyes from the sun and making the catch is Verone, and coming in to score the third Saints run is Josh Battaglia. Score now 3-0 in favor of D'Youville. They still have a man on, now 1 out in the inning, and Alex Leem will be the batter. Leem taking a look over towards the third base coaching box. Can't imagine they would have him bunt here. The way his team is swinging the bats in this half inning, he will indeed be swinging, and that's it out to shallow left, and Mandiel charges in to make the catch for out number 2. Mandiel tends to charge the ball very hard out in left field. And sometimes he has to come to an abrupt stop before making the catch, and nearly overran that ball. We do have action in the Dolphins bullpen. As that swung on and missed by Mateo Santos for strike 1. And the 0-1 pitch misses downstairs. That evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Here comes the 1-1. And that's on the outside corner for strike 2. So Trancucci now 1 strike away from bringing a difficult top half of the 4th inning to a close. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and that sails up high for ball 2. As I mentioned before, the Dolphins have trailed by at least 3 runs in each of the first 2 games against the Saints team, and will trail by 3 entering the bottom half of the 4th. The Dolphins certainly no stranger to the comeback, but time is limited as we head to the bottom half of the 4th in this 7-inning affair between the Dolphins and Saints. More ECC baseball after this break.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Yep, you got it now.
And we're back here on the ECC Network. Dolphins and Saints here on CSI Sportsnet. And Nick and I are taking a look down into the Dolphins bullpen to get a look at who it is getting warm for CSI. That is number 42 down in the Dolphins bullpen as you get a look at us on the binoculars for the first time today. Number 42, of course, would be Frank Gulko. For the Dolphins in their half of the 4th inning, it will be 4, 5, and 6 due up, beginning with Angel Santiago, the Dolphins' cleanup hitter. And Santiago takes a good breaking ball from Lampman for a called strike 1. It was a bit of a shaky outing for Lampman in relief during Game 1. Issued 2 key walks, but was not charged with a run. He recorded 2 outs as that one misses wildly outside. That was a nice block behind the plate, or I should say a nice grab by Glinsky. Didn't need to put that kind of effort into it, but was able to reel it in as that misses down and in for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. And the pitch from Lampman misses inside and skips to the backstop. And the count is full on Santiago, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the payoff pitch from Lampman. And that is off the inside corner for ball 4. So Santiago continues to demonstrate a great eye, and he has done a very good job for the College of Staten Island, working long at bats and drawing walks.
And an emphatic backflip for the second time today by Santiago on the walk.
It sure was. He seems to take pride in the base on balls, and why not? It's a free base, and there's no harm in taking it, as Brian Burkhead will be the batter. And Burkhead looks at the first pitch on the inside corner for strike 1. Burkhead with a great play in center field earlier in this game. Also reached as that one's popped up on the infield. Critelli is there, and fortunately for him, the wind did not wreak havoc on that play. That will bring up Louis Mandil. Speaking of the wind, there's definitely a breeze blowing right to left into the booth. I've heard it coming over our headsets during this game, and the window is open to our right, but the sound of the breeze hitting the microphone was not a factor in Game 1 as Mandil shows bunt and takes a breaking ball for a called strike.
We'll see if Mandil is actually trying to bunt or he was going to take all the way there with the first pitch.
0-1 the count on Mandil, and he fouls one away. And I spoke about it briefly during yesterday's game, Nick, but Mandil entered action yesterday having struck out in 28 of 57 at-bats.
Not great.
And he's been hitting leadoff a lot this year, so he's gotten many plate appearances, now hitting in the bottom third of the order instead. But his glove has always proved valuable to this Dolphins team as that ball keeps carrying out to right field, and Sanders just had no clue where it was as Mandil did not expect that to fall. Santiago slides into third. That one skips toward the Dolphins' dugout, allowing Mandil to take second base. And
Joe, Santiago did not get a good read on that ball there. To me, from the booth here, it was pretty clear that one was going to drop. He should have been at third easily and made it a lot closer than it had to be.
You're right about that, but off the bat, that's a play Sanders has to make. I mean, that ball hung up in the air for quite some time. He misread it. The wind kept carrying it. Mandil thought for sure it was an out. He was not running down to first base. And had it not been for that throw that skipped away, I'm not sure Mandil reaches second. So there's
Mandil was not going to second until the ball hit off Santiago.
So 2 in scoring position for the Dolphins now. And calling time is Alan Morrell. Morrell up in an RBI spot here. Looking for potentially run batted in number 3 and even 4, as that is a great play over at third base. What a snag out of the air by Renato Quinones.
Quinones flashing the leather there, snagging that ball, which was going to go down the line there. May have potentially been a 2 RBI double.
We are going to have a pinch hitter as Jack Verone is called back to the dugout, and Stephen Kalika will come to the plate. Dolphins replacing one lefty with another. It's a big spot here in a 7-inning game. Dolphins trailing by 3 runs in the bottom half of the 4th. A base hit here could bring them within 1. I would say that with Mandil running, that is likely. First pitch to Kalika misses up and in. First base is open. Nick Cipoletti on deck, but I'm sure Saints don't want to put the tying run on base. Count 1-0 on Kalika, and that's on the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, 2 on for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the 4th. They trail 3-0. And the pitch from Lampman is up high for ball 2. No action in the Saints bullpen. 2 arms throwing in the Dolphins bullpen. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. That skips in for ball 3. Well, you and I spoke about it, Joe. Nick Cipoletti taking some swings early this morning. He may come up in a big spot right here should Kalika draw the walk. Three balls and 1 strike the count. And Lampman's pitch is hit well out to right field. Bad break by Sanders. That ball is way over his head. It one-hops the wall. 2 runs come in to score easily as Santiago and Mandiel score. Kalika into second base, standing with a 2 RBI double, and our score is now 3-2 in favor of the Saints.
Joe, what much more could you ask for from a pinch hitter? Incredible job there by Kalika.
And Kalika really drives that ball well into the right center field gap. He is clearly a pull hitter predominantly, and we've seen many of his hits drilled into that gap, rolling all the way to the wall. And it's going to be a very short day for Stephen Kalika, who pinch hits, drives in 2 runs, is called back to the dugout, and will be replaced by a pinch runner. I'm going to guess, before he emerges from the dugout, it will likely be Michael Manzo, who is usually the first pinch runner off the bench, and I'm wrong again, as that's Julian Iacono coming out of the Dolphins dugout.
I think it's worth noting that Burkhead was just warming up in the Dolphins bullpen.
Burkhead throwing alongside Gulko. Though sometimes they do have players out there to protect the warming reliever from a line drive, as that one's hit into shallow center. Could be trouble, and Liam gets there to make the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. So the Saints hold on to their lead, but the Dolphins are 2/3 of the way back. Our score now 3-2 D'Youville through 4.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service. So is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. Dolphins now trail 3-2, entering the 5th inning of this 7-inning game. And entering the game for the College of Staten Island, taking over in right field, is Michael Crocco. Getting the start in right field was Jack Verone, as Crocco unleashes a great throw into the Dolphins bullpen as CSI throws the ball around the outfield. But anyway, Crocco comes in place of Verone in right field. Verone was pinch hit for by Stephen Kalika, who promptly delivered a 2 RBI double to bring the Dolphins within 1. And it was a very tough half inning in right field for the man at the plate, Kevin Sanders. Left-handed hitter, batting out of the number 9 spot, leading things off for the Saints in the 5th. 9-1-2 due up for D'Youville. As Sanders lays down a bunt, he pushed it right to Santiago. And I'm not sure he needed to barehand it, but Sanders certainly has some speed, and Santiago tried to make the play very quickly without the glove and couldn't.
Santiago certainly could have benefited there by using the glove. But as you mentioned, very fast runner, so that was definitely in the back of his mind.
And that was not a good bunt either. It arrived into Santiago's lap on one hop, and Sanders able to use his speed and force Santiago to try and barehand it, though I'm not sure he had to, as Nate Mucci takes a called strike one and then calls for time as he receives some signs from third base, and we may have a sacrifice bunt attempt upcoming after Sanders bunts for a hit. Mucci shows bunt, and it's a good one. Morel only has one play. It's to first, throw a bit low, but Lombardo receives it in time to retire Mucci. One away now in the top half of the fifth. And if you're the Saints, this is the exact man you want at the plate in this spot, Jeremy Glinsky, the batter. Hit the ball very hard off of Trancucci in his last at bat. And he takes a big swing at the first pitch he sees, but comes up empty for strike one. Here comes the 0-1, and that's down in the dirt for ball two. Dolphins can keep in mind that first base is open. Of course, trailing by a run, you want to try and limit base runners as much as possible, but Glinsky has had such a great 2 days that pitching him carefully might be the approach, as that one's taken for ball two. It almost looked as if Glinsky expected that to be called a strike. 2-1 pitch upcoming from Trancucci. That's high for ball three. Alex Simeon stands in the on-deck circle. Much like Glinsky, he swung the bat very well over the last day and a half. And the 3-1 pitch finds the outside corner to run it full. Three balls and two strikes the count. And that's popped up. Ulaj waiting for it, and he makes the catch for out number two.
Good job there by Sal to jam the star hitter of the day, Glinsky, for the Saints, and easy pop up to second base.
One more big out for Trancucci to get, trying to keep his team within a run. Another dangerous hitter in Alex Simeon at the plate. He swings through the first pitch from Trancucci for strike one. And the 0-1 just missed to even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Trancucci takes a look towards second and delivers the 1-1. It's sliced foul. And he's now 1 strike away from closing the door on the top half of the fifth inning. Here comes Trancucci's 1-2 pitch. And that is off the outside corner for ball two. The Dolphins fans behind home plate didn't like it. Still a nice crowd on hand, as this will be their lone chance to watch CSI Dolphins baseball in person this year. And they like that swing and miss as Simeon chases down in the dirt for strike three. Morel completes the putout with the throw to first. And heading into the bottom half of the fifth, our score remains 3-2 in favor of Dieuville.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. Dolphins trailing the Saints by a score of 3-2. As our statistician, Sal Caruso, has been eager the entire day to get back on the call. As Nick had to step out for just a moment, Sal has put on the headset in front of the stats computer and joins me on the call for the bottom half of the fifth until Nick Durst returns to the booth.
Welcome, guys. Thank you so much for having me. Boy, what a game. 2 games so far today.
It has been a very entertaining afternoon of baseball here from the College of Staten Island, as Thomas Martin, with a half swing there, offered at that pitch for strike one. And I think we've broken a new record. I'm not sure we've ever had 4 voices on Sportsnet during the same day. So everyone getting in on the action so far today.
First time for everything, Joe.
It sure seems that way this year, as we've had a lot of firsts and a lot of unusual occurrences in just a few short weeks, and it's hard to believe that there's only 1 week remaining in the season. As the 0-2 pitch to Thomas Martin is down and in for ball 1. Dolphins looking to make it a season-high 3-game winning streak. That would be another first if they could close out this victory. I should say, turn this into a victory, as I should know better. The Dolphins have been playing from behind for much of these 3 games against the Saints.
The first game in the umpire was very inconsistent. This one seems to be a little bit more consistent.
As that is a fair ball down the left field line and into the corner. The only question is 2 or 3 for Martin, and he will stop at second.
That one, Joe, looks like it hit the line exactly, if we could actually see the lines, but...
Hey, they're there. If you look closely, I see a white line going down the line. I mean, I did do it.
All right, Joe, put the camera on me. Let's see if we can spot the lines. I can indeed confirm that there is a faint chalk line in left field alongside the Dolphins bullpen. So Joe did complete the lines, contrary to the hard time that we've been giving him would indicate.
All right, I'll give you some credit.
It's there. You have a heavy-duty pair of binoculars next to you, Sal. You could really hone in on that line. As Shendi Ulaj takes high for ball 1. Ulaj with a chance to pick up a game-tying base hit here.
Ulaj is one of their better players, I believe, on this lineup, along with Martin.
Yet he was asked to bunt in game 1.
Don't understand, Joe.
Just saying. As he's asked to bunt again, and that one's fouled back. And, you know, as I said crazy. That, it crossed my mind, you know, they might ask him to bunt here too, and he sure did.
I've said that too on the other side. I'm like, why are they bunting? This guy can hit. I don't get it.
I understand it if the runner is on first. On second,
I understand there's nobody out. You get the runner to third for a possible sack fly, tie the game. I get it. But you have a good hitter up.
We need Mike Morrow up here during a pregame broadcast or a pregame show, as that one's chopped over to short. And Critelli can't make the scoop. The runner from third, Martin, is coming home, and he will score the tying run. And that is not the first time we've seen that. A ball chopped toward the left side of the infield. The runner crosses in front of the shortstop, makes it a bit more of a difficult play, and the throw hopped over to first base, and Critelli, who's been excellent on those picks each of the last 2 days, unable to make the scoop there. And reaching first base safely as Ulaj scoring the tying run is Martin, and the batter is Peter Lombardo. And they have Ulaj picked off at first base as he got caught leaning the wrong way, and he knew it. Good move there from Lampman. And that's a big first out for the Saints as the Dolphins have the go-ahead run on base, and inevitably, another bunt forthcoming.
Yep.
Error. No.
You got to remember, Sal, you're on the headset.
Apologize, everybody. Got to make sure they knew that was an error. It was a bad throw to the first baseman.
As that one is ripped through the left side for a base hit. So that pickoff over at first base stings a little bit more right now, as it's a one-out single for Peter Lombardo, and Angel Santiago will come to the plate.
Santiago here has the power for sure to go either left field, left center, even he can pop one to right.
Santiago has proven to be a player who really drives the ball well to all areas of the ballpark. And there's a reason he's hitting in the cleanup spot. And I said it before about the 2, 3, 4, 5 hitters. That reason is not to bunt. And with one out, I doubt he would bunt. But we have just seen so many bunts that I'm never able to rule it out completely.
Definitely.
Do you think we can right now, Joe, rule it out completely?
Honestly, I would. There's only one out. I mean, there is a man on first, but you never know what's going through Coach Mike Morrow's head right now.
That is a straight fact right there. And with that, I'm going to hand it over back to Nick over here to call it over.
So we welcome Nick Durst back into the booth as he had to step out for just a moment. Joe Foreman alongside Nick Durst on your screen right now as we await the action resuming. And it looks like it's about time for Angel Santiago to begin his plate appearance as he steps into the box. One away here in the bottom half of the fifth. The game tied at 3. And the runner at first base is Peter Lombardo. And that breaking ball sails outside for ball 1 to Santiago. And he is not someone who will chase that pitch out of the strike zone. His patience has been on full display today as the 1-0 pitch skips in for ball 2. Hydrating here in the booth is, it's not apparent.
The two Joes are gasping for as much water as they can get.
It's not apparent.
It's like a fish out of water up here in the booth.
It's not apparent how loud that is until you have two of your broadcast team sipping from the water bottle at the same time, so we apologize for that. Here comes the 2-1 pitch to Santiago, and that's driven out to right field where Sanders once again gets turned around, and it's over his head. It has been a rough day out in right field for Kevin Sanders as he has been unable to make any of the plays out there to this point. And now the Dolphins have 2 in scoring position, 1 out, and Brian Burkhead will be the batter.
I think we found the good luck charm here for CSI. 2 chugs of water and 2 bases on that one.
And when you pop open the plastic cap off that water bottle, it sounds a lot like something else that we could be enjoying here in the booth. But we can assure you that that is not happening. We have really napkins and Poland Spring water bottles and sandwich wrappers littered across the commentary desk and all over the floor. We have quite the cleanup job on our hands after the game, as Brian Burkhead will be the batter. Infield in all around for the Saints, and that might not be deep enough to score the run. Here comes Leem. He makes the catch, and the Dolphins won't think about it with Peter Lombardo over at third base.
This time, Leem able to make the catch. It's around this time last game where he had a crucial error.
Leem made a nice play earlier in the game, ranging to his right and taking one out of the right center, or I should say the left center field gap. And now with 2 away, 2 on, score even at 3, it is left to Louis Mandil. And that's it out to right field. Another chance for Sanders. That's over his head, as that one is hit all the way to the wall, and it hops over for a ground rule double. 2 runs come in to score, and the Dolphins are out in front. Our score now 5-3.
Great job right now for CSI, hitting the ball into the wind. And this ball is just blowing all over the place out to right field. That one hops over the fence, and tough day out there for Sanders in right field.
Well, a tough day regarding the plays that he hasn't made, but also a tough day navigating the wind. It's not all his fault, as the wind has just been brutal to any outfielder trying to make a play right of center field. Alan Morrell will be the batter, and he is plunked with the first pitch. And there you go, Nick. Another toss of the bat, this time toward the Dolphins' dugout as Morrell takes first base.
Yeah, pretty wild there with the pitch there by Lampman, and he says, "The hell with Morrell. I'm going to go to the next batter here and see if I can get him out."
I'm not sure if hell was on the list of prohibited words. I don't know if Sal has a ruling. He says Sal will allow it, but will Dave? Is the question. Of course, the mastermind of our operation, David Pizzuto, not with us today, has called some games alongside me on Sportsnet this year. He will rejoin me tomorrow afternoon for some of softball. He also has done some stats and was in the booth with Joe and I yesterday, seated to our left. And we hope he is enjoying his Saturday, as we expect him to perhaps tune into the later portion of this game, though we're just about there right now. As Michael Crocco chops one down the first base line, bobbled by Critelli, and the flip to Lampman is just in time to beat Crocco to the bag. So the Dolphins will have to settle for 3, but that is enough to put the Dolphins in front by 2. Our score now 5-3 entering the 6th.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
9 hits.
And we're back from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins looking for 6 more outs to close out a season series sweep of the Deauville College Saints and pick up their first winning streak of 3 games this season. And Joe and Sal somehow think they can have a conversation from one end of the room to the other with Nick and I in the middle and not come over the microphone.
Listen, I'm just trying to make sure the line is right on the scoreboard, so my line is correct too for the
Foreman formula
graphics.
would tell you that's not a good idea.
Yeah, the Foreman formula can tell you a lot of things. How to broadcast a baseball game is not one of them, as that's in for a called strike 1 to Josh Battaglia. For those of you who don't know, the Foreman formula is my method of betting sports games that do not include CSI Dolphins baseball.
Or any college athletics.
Or any college athletics. That would be a violation, though I'm not a full-time employee
Check it
anymore.
out, and you know I'm right. When Joe, during the football season,
Yes.
he's on the show to break it all down.
I had the whiteboard and everything. As that one's fouled straight back by Battaglia, the count remains 0-2.
So just to recap, the last about 20 minutes, we had the 2 Joes drinking as much water as they can, like a dog in a toilet, and then Joe and Sal yelling across the room on a broadcast.
And the Dolphins scoring 3 runs as Battaglia grounds out to short for out number 1. But if you're a fan of the Dolphins, you have to be pretty happy with how the previous 2 innings transpired. Dolphins scoring 5 between the 4th and the 5th. After the Saints went up 3-0 in the top half of inning number 4, but they have shown that they have no quit in them, this Deauville ball club, and they still have 5 outs to play with as Shane Critelli fouls that pitch straight back.
And you heard him in Game 1, the bench. They were saying, "No quitting us. We play to the last out."
That doesn't quite flow as a chant, Nick. I'm not sure how I feel
I
about
didn't say
that
they were
one.
chanting, but you pointed out. You
did.
heard them saying
did.
this in Game 1.
They did. Yesterday they were barking, and
Yes.
and I didn't know what
I guess the chant was, "Ain't no quitting. We still hitting."
that flows much better.
Yes.
Though it's much more reminiscent of a softball dugout than a baseball dugout, given what we're typically used
Very
to.
very quiet in the first base dugout right now, though.
That's a sign of contentment. As the 1-2 pitch to Critelli is swung on and missed. He was off balance. A good off-speed pitch from Trancucci, and there are quickly 2 away.
And the members of the women's softball team here holding up a plastic miniature doll chair after that strikeout.
You know, Nick, we were talking about those chairs earlier in the game. I thought those were supposed to be fitted over the bleacher seating. I think those are just some small chairs.
That's for sure.
I'm definitely breaking it. There's no question. That's assuming that I can get one leg in it, as that's fouled straight back by Renato Quinones. He's quickly in a 2-strike hole, 2 away in the road half of the 6th inning. Time running out quickly on Dieuville. As that's up and away for ball 3. Frank Gulko continues to warm up in the Dolphins bullpen. That's chopped foul once again by Quinones. One ball and 2 strikes the count, and Quinones able to hold up on that swing. He did not go as they appeal to the infield umpire, and count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Trancucci looking for one more big strike here as that's hit out toward right center field. Giving chase is Crocco, and he can't make the dive and catch. Backing up is Burkhead, but that does not stop Quinones from taking second base. Good heads-up base running by Renato Quinones. And now the Saints have a runner in scoring position with 2 away. We're going to have to come up with some code of knocking on the wall.
Morse code, Joe.
Yeah. That's not for you, Joe. It's for Sal. As he tries to get the scoreboard count reset and does just in time for Alex Leams at bat as he looks at a called strike 1. Big run over there at second base for Dieuville as Leam pops that one up foul toward the parking lot. So, Nick, did you move the car in between games?
No, I was already up on the second level, so I knew.
You're
I knew
good.
better.
All right, you're good. We were talking about that yesterday, knowing that no one on our staff would park in that first row. An amateur move, to say the least, as that one misses down low. One ball and 2 strikes to count on Alex Leam, 2 away in the top half of the 6th. And that's hit out toward left field. Over comes Mandil, and he makes the catch for the final out of the inning. So the Saints strand a runner in scoring position, and they trail by 2 entering the bottom half of the 6th. Dolphins looking for some insurance, and we come back.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here on the ECC Network. And one final time, we all want to welcome you inside of the booth. We have our engineer, Joe Masha, Joe Foreman on the call alongside Nick Durst.
And here he comes.
There's Sal Caruso, our statistician. So welcome inside the College of Staten Island broadcast booth for this ECC doubleheader between the Dolphins and the Saints. Joe could not wait to come back from break. I was still chewing some of my chicken. So I hope that didn't come through too clearly as I was speaking. Anyway, for the Dolphins, it will be 9-1-2 Cipoletti, Martin, and Ulaj due up for the College of Staten Island in the bottom half of the 6th inning. And the first pitch Cipoletti sees is fouled back to the screen for strike one. Dolphins hoping for some insurance heading into the 7th inning. Once again, this game scheduled for 7 as the back half of a doubleheader. For the Dolphins, it will be their final home doubleheader of the season as they host Queens College for a single game next week, though I do think that one of those games against Queens, as I do believe they may actually be playing 2 next week, but only one of those will count in the conference standings, if I'm not mistaken. I think they have 4 games against Queens. So that would mean we do have a doubleheader upcoming next Friday. Can you provide me some clarity on that, Joe?
I will check the schedule.
All right, thank you. As the 2-2 pitch misses up high for ball 3. With a win in this game, the Dolphins would improve to 6-14 on the season, 6-12 in the ECC.
And Joe, you are correct. It is a doubleheader next Friday here.
So a doubleheader next Friday. One of those 2 games will count in the conference standings, as that's in for a called strike 3. Another good breaking ball from Lampman, who's placed that pitch well on several occasions today, but the command has been erratic. Thomas Martin will be the batter as he walks up to his new walk-up music that we input to the computer form ahead of this game. And apparently Nick got a kick out of that song, as that's circa 2009 or so, and Martin hits one out to the right center field gap. It is rolling all the way to the wall. He had 3 on his mind off the bat, and he will slide in safely with a 1-out triple.
Wow.
What a day for Thomas Martin at the plate.
Joe, you see him running those bases there just like a G6 home to third real quick. Unbelievable job of hitting there, though, Joe. Right, keep hitting it to right field if you're either team right now. The wind is really helping the batters.
I have to think his walk-up music was coming through over the mics, and if you didn't hear it, you'll get the, well, if you heard it, you'll get the reference Nick just made. And hopefully it came through because it was just too fitting. That was a great call, Nick. As with 1 away in the inning, Shendi Ulaj is the batter. A big insurance run now 90 feet away. And that misses up and away for ball 1. Infield in all around for the Saints. And Ulaj looks at a called strike. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And Ulaj stays patient as that one misses inside for ball 2. Peter Lombardo stands in the on-deck circle. Angel Santiago in the hole behind him. And that is hit well out toward the left field corner, but also well foul. I think we're long overdue for a home run. We haven't seen one in the last few games we've covered here on Sportsnet. Early in the season, both the Dolphins and the visitors were sending baseballs flying out of CSI Baseball Complex. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. And that misses away. Count now full on Shendi Ulaj. The one man on base is Thomas Martin, who stands over at third. No action in the Saints bullpen as Lampman delivers the payoff pitch down and away for ball 4, as it looked like Glinski may have tried to deke Martin there for just a moment, but he had that ball in his glove, and now Peter Lombardo comes to bat with runners on the corners. Lombardo having a word with the home plate umpire ahead of his at-bat. Sal, you can leave the window open. The look was a result of the grunting and the max effort you were putting into getting the window open, and now you just wasted that effort by closing it.
He just wanted a breath of fresh air. He let it in. Just a crack. Window's not closed now. Safer for us with the fly balls here.
With the windows open, it feels like the crowd is a part of the broadcast. We always try and keep the windows open whenever possible, as Lombardo swings through that pitch for strike 1. The crowd a bit more scarce here at the end of game 2. I think we had about 60 reservations made by fans who were approved for admittance into today's games. Plus CSI softball in the stands, as well as some public safety and other campus employees, as the Dolphins will score that insurance run. Lombardo lines a single into right field, and Ulaj will go first to third. CSI now leads 6-3.
Just some nice hitting right there, Joe, by Lombardo to poke it into right field and bring the runner home.
That will bring Angel Santiago to the plate. Dolphins cleanup hitter with a chance to make it a 4-run lead. All it will take is a fly ball. Jeremy Glinski having a word with Lampman out on the mound. Looks like he's anticipating some instruction from the dugout as well, ahead of Santiago's at-bat. As the wind begins to find its way into the booth once again. Left-handed Lampman facing the right-handed hitting Santiago. Dolphins now leading by 3. And Santiago fouls back the first pitch he sees for strike 1. Unlike the first 2 games between these two teams, where it was advantage Saints in the hits column, the Dolphins out hitting D'Youville in this game. If I'm not mistaken, that's 10-4, though it could be a 9. It's tough to tell out on the scoreboard from behind home plate. Joe, can you tell me how many hits the Saints have?
5.
5. So our outfield scoreboard is wrong. And Sal will get that fixed. We need to make the live stats required viewing for our scorekeeper operating our scoreboard in the stadium, as that one is swung on and missed by Santiago for strike 3. And there are now 2 away with Brian Burkhead coming to the plate. Lefty on lefty matchup here. We saw Stephen Kalika do some damage against the left-handed Lampman from the left-hand hitter's batter's box early in the game. Or earlier in the game, I should say. Runners on the corners, now 2 outs, and the first pitch to Burkhead on its way. That's hit in the air, just beyond the infield. Mucci ranging back. Coming in was Battaglia. He slides and can't make the catch. So for the Dolphins, that will bring home their 7th run. And we'll see how that is scored. I don't know if anyone got a glove on it. That's a base hit. Well, I spoke about it earlier. The wind would perhaps turn some routine plays into some base hits, and there's an example of that right there. Still 2 away. Runners on the corners once again. Lombardo moves first to third. Standing at first is Burkhead, and popping that one up is Louis Mandil. And the catch is made on the infield for the final out of the inning by Simeon. So the Dolphins will enter the final half inning, leading 7-3, if I'm not mistaken. The scoreboard here at the CSI Baseball Complex says 8. And when we come back, Deauville down to their final 3 outs.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Top half of the 7th inning about to get started from the College of Staten Island. Deauville College down to their last 3 outs in this game. They trail by 4 after the Dolphins add 2 more in the bottom half of the 6th. And during the break, we went from 6-3 to 7-3 to 12-3, back to 5-3, and now we're back at 7-3 again. As the scoreboard is playing tricks on us out in left field. Quickly behind in the count, 0-1 is Mateo Santos. And the pitch from Sal Trancucci is on the outside corner for strike 2.
There's no outs. Still has 2 outs on the board.
0 outs, guys.
And that one just missed as Morrell was ready to throw it over to third base. He thought for sure that was strike 3. Here comes the 1-2. And Santos knew that one was in the zone as he looks at a breaking ball for strike 3 called.
Adios Santos back to the dugout with his head hung low. He's not happy about that one.
Nick, are you scripting these at home before you come into the booth? Because you're just whipping these out like it's nothing. Meanwhile, I'm laboring over doom and gloom, my one rhyme the entire game. As that's Kevin Sanders taking strike 1.
Just hope something gets hit to Cipolleti here and he can make a great play because I got a good one for him.
As that one's off the outside corner for a ball. We have to find any excuse now to hear this one before this game is over. As that one's in for a called strike 2. And the 1-2 pitch is hit foul down the third baseline. Keep yourself ready for Nick's call on a ball hit to Cipolleti.
I might have to wait till the future. I don't know. We'll see if it happens here with the lefty up.
And the pitch to Sanders is on the inside corner for strike 3 called. Sanders didn't like it, and the Saints are down to their final out. Nate Mucci is the batter. That one skips away for ball 1. Saints would need several base runners to bring the tying run to the plate as Mucci looks at a called strike 1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. That's hit in the air to straightaway center. Burkhead getting underneath it. And that will do it as the College of Staten Island completes a 3-game season series sweep of the D'Youville College Saints. Our final score in Game 2, Staten Island 7 and D'Youville 3. Dolphins will exchange high fives and handshakes on the infield as the fans will likely join in on the celebration from afar as the Dolphins faithful made their way here for the first time this season with the College of Staten Island welcoming in spectators for the first time in 2021. And unfortunately, it will likely be the last time during the spring season that fans are allowed to come view a game here at the CSI Baseball Complex. But it was great to have them back for the first time this year. And no break for us as we are right back on the air tomorrow with CSI Dolphins softball. The College of Staten Island taking on St. Thomas Aquinas. First pitch scheduled for 12:30 p.m. tomorrow from the CSI Softball Complex. And Nick, Joe, any final thoughts before we sign off?
Well, I'm going to give it to you, Joe, here. Sip, sip, hooray. What a day
That
for
was a good
Cipollette and the
one.
Dolphins today.
And with that, we will sign off. As from all of us here at the College of Staten Island, our engineer, Joe Masha, Nick Durst, alongside me to my left, our statistician, Sal Caruso, also to my left. And this has been Joe Foreman. All of us, thank you for listening and thank you for watching.